Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. It is Clarity Dimensions, and I'm glad to be here. I was supposed to come on Saturday, but we were very busy. I had a great weekend. It was relaxing. This week did have some interesting points though. I'm not going to lie. I live in Philly, so as many are aware, Philadelphia had an earthquake along with other areas of the United States. I think it was coming from um, all the way down from New Jersey on across, and I was in the pathway. So it was interesting for me to experience that on the East Coast. But outside of that, everything stayed relatively calm and cool and correct. Um, I did feel like something strange was happening. I feel like ever since 2019, things have basically been on a spiral where America has been changing. And I think we as Black Americans and Black American women in particular are full well aware of it. I'm sorry it was late tonight. We're not going to stay on too long because I know people have to go to work. And I just wanted to go over a few things. If you read my title, I wanted to go over the 4 P's: prepare, pray, and do not panic. One second. I'm sending you the link, Kay. Wait a minute. Here we go. One second, Kay. I don't know. What am I doing? What am I doing today? Copy. Here we go. Paste. My mic is a mess. Oh, Mike TV. Identify as a woman for the next 5 minutes. Okay. So I wanted to go over some things. I sent you the link, Kay. I wanted to go over some things because I know people have to go to work. So we're not going to be on here long. So whoever comes in, because I'm supposed to do it earlier, but in any case, like I said, we went through some things here in Philly where we saw some changes occurring. So I want to make sure I give some safety tips to us as women on what we need to do, whatever type of household you may have, because I was real concerned about when they were talking about disaster declaration. And that statement kind of bothered me. So I'm not sure what that means. This is the second solar eclipse that I've experienced. The first one was in 2017, and then this one in 2024. And I just found out that New Jersey had an earthquake 3 weeks prior, or 2 or 3 weeks prior to this earthquake that occurred in March. So that was kind of strange for us on the East Coast. We're not used to earthquakes like that. So I just wanted to go over some things with us as women. I wanted to go over some things with us as women on how we can prepare. I know you can't prepare so much, but just to go over what we do. What will we do? Because I would say for me, living in Philly, having my bed shake and hearing like a truck rumbling noise, I didn't know what the hell to do. I was stuck on stupid. I really wasn't aware of what was going on. Um, we did find out in my neighborhood that, of course, it was an earthquake when we did. Everybody started calling around and figuring what was happening, but I don't think a lot of us on the East Coast really know what to do. And I was talking with Kay about it because she's on the West Coast and she was giving me some scenarios on how to prepare, what to do, how to keep yourself safeguarded. In our homes, and a lot of us have basements. We have layers to our home. So it's like, okay, so do you run out or do you brace yourself? What the hell do you do? So it's like we have no clue. I think a lot of us on this side on how to like safeguard ourselves. I did hear with this disaster declaration, they was telling people to get like water, um, food for a certain amount of days. I didn't want to cause any panic, but I'm like, okay, well, what we got to do all of that for this solar eclipse? And I did notice that the closer we get to this eclipse, strange things are happening because we noted that the weather was changing. Here we had like warmer days. Like I said, the earthquake occurred. I didn't even know something had happened in New Jersey. So I'm like, okay, what the hell is this eclipse going to do? So I'm hoping it will just be something that passes over, and it'll be a joyous event, and people will just see the beauty of the eclipse, because it's something that's rare and occasion. But in the event that something else happens, like strange weather patterns or something that we're not used to in our area, how would we, be able to safeguard ourselves? So that's why I wanted to do this, because I was supposed to do it yesterday, but we was on a panel with Mouthy and BSIA. It was an awesome panel. We had a good time talking over some things because Mouthy was just coming in. But I figured this is the perfect time to do it. And I would say if you haven't gotten any supplies, get some, like things that you may need to safeguard your home, flashlights, food, water. If you still have that time to go and get it first thing in the morning, if you may have called out or whatever. I heard some schools may call out. I don't know why, but in any case, I looked up what is a disaster. Um, Declaration. And have you ever heard of this, Kay?
A disaster declaration? No, I haven't heard of that.
Now, I noticed that they did this and they were saying this for Texas, and they were saying a disaster declaration, and it was like real strange what they had went into, and it's at the bottom
Oh,
of my screen.
disaster declaration. That's something that was issued by the news, the government, the local government, Texas
Yeah,
state.
they said something about disaster declaration. I'm saying to myself, what the hell,
Who
y'all?
said it?
Um, I'm not sure if it was government or local officials, but it did come up. And if you look at it's a station with Lisa Cabrera. I think she has it on her panel where she was basically saying something about disaster declaration. And it is official. It is something official. And it's basically something that they're basically saying that they know something will happen because according to them, when we had this eclipse years ago, many years ago, something did occur weather-wise, and we did have like an earthquake or whatever. And I know we are in the epicenter of this phenomenon that's about to happen. So they said a disaster declaration is a formal statement by a jurisdiction that a disaster or emergency exceeds the response and or recovery capabilities. Although a declaration
That's hold up.
is
That's
commonly
horrible. That's
addressed
horrible.
after a disaster, a
Exactly.
declaration may be made if a disaster is found to be imminent. So I'm wondering, did anyone
Yeah.
else hear of anything like that?
No, I've never heard of anything like that before. Because they're right. A disaster declaration is usually occurs after a disastrous event, right? Like after the hurricane comes, after the tornado hits. Then they get there and say, "Oh my gosh, this area is completely devastated," and that's when they would, make that disaster declaration. I don't think I've ever heard of them making a disaster declaration before an event because the United States has a lot of resources, right? So usually we have what it takes to handle a disaster. Okay, no matter what happens, we have what it takes to go in and clean it up and then rebuild it, etc. Right? What they're saying at this particular time is that we're given a disaster declaration before anything has happened, which means, and what they said, what is key here is that it's a possibility that what could happen could exceed the resources that we have. That is horrible. That's insane. I have not ever heard that such a declaration in the United States of America.
Okay. Because I'm like, okay, why would it be a big old thing about an eclipse? It's just a solar eclipse. But when at the closer we seem to get to this, strange things have been happening. Like I said, 3 weeks prior to this, I didn't even know that an earthquake did happen in New Jersey. And then next thing you know, it comes to this end. It's like the close and we've been noticing like drops in our temperature, like, and then next thing you know, we're getting really warm weather. So it's just strange stuff has been
Hey,
occurring. Then when
hold
you
up.
would tell
I have a question to ask Mike TV. Mike said that I think he's either from Sacramento or he's currently in the Sacramento area. Mike, are you in Sacramento? Because I want to talk about the weather that happened the day before Trina experienced the earthquake in Philly.
Hey,
Um,
Michelle Tex, who's this?
let
Michelle
me let me.
TV?
Hey
Oh,
girls, it's Michelle TV. How y'all doing?
Okay.
how you doing, Mike?
Oh, Mike. I'm like,
Trina
who
didn't
is
catch
that?
it.
No, I'm just trolling. I'm just trolling. Hey, y'all said that this is space for the females,
It
but I
is a
wanted
place
to
for
chime
the
in.
females.
I said,
All
hold
right.
up,
Well,
I got
while
to
I
you
like the
identify.
here,
way when he said Michelle
what
TV.
is while you here for a quick second, Mike? What the hell is a disaster declaration? What the hell is that?
So, from what I understand, a disaster declaration is basically like a state of emergency. A state of an emergency and a disaster declaration is kind of one and the same. It's just disaster declarations kind of have to do with things surrounding weather.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, it's great that you guys are discussing this because you guys are educating me. First of all, I didn't even know there was a solar eclipse. I saw some like funny stuff on social media about like staring at the solar eclipse and going blind, and I was like, oh, there must be a solar eclipse going on. Like I had no
Yeah, it's
idea.
going to go on
Yeah,
tomorrow.
guys,
So,
do not. Let me tell everyone, do not look at the solar eclipse. Me and my niece stupidly, and I should have been the better one to guide her. Right? We did look at it without glasses. We didn't stare too long. We did, and we started seeing blue spots, and we were freaking out. We were scared. We thought something was going to happen to our vision. So God bless, nothing happened. But don't do it. Whatever you do, not look
Put
at it
on
directly,
glasses. Put on glasses. They
so
even for a
as
few
this map
seconds. Don't do it. Go
as
ahead.
the
I'm
map
sorry, T.
shows, this is kind of like a suspected. This must be something that's mostly for the East Coast. Because to
Mm-hmm.
answer your question earlier, yeah, I'm on the West Coast. I'm like an hour outside of Sacramento. So the fact that I didn't really hear about the solar
Mhm.
eclipse like that, but when we had one on the West Coast when I was in Oregon like a few years back, everybody was talking about it. So yeah,
Mhm.
based on the trajectory on the map, it
Yeah,
looks
I
like.
spent time in Seattle, Washington. So you've been up and down the coast too.
Oh yeah, for sure, all through the Pacific
Okay.
Northwest. But based on that map, yeah, it looks like folks in really what Florida and Georgia and kind of the Midwest all the way up to Canada are
Texas.
the ones. Yeah,
Texas.
Texas. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Yes.
because
we did have an earthquake in Jersey, which is strange.
yeah, I
8 weeks
told
ago.
Trina
So
when she told me about the earthquake, Mike, I told her that if you have two small earthquakes back to back in a similar area, I told her it's possible that a big one is coming because we keep talking about the big one for California, right? We don't stop to think that the big one that could hit could be on the East Coast. No one is prepared for
Hell
that. No one
no.
thinks about that. Go
Well,
ahead,
I
Mike.
thought there was something strange because again, I'm, trying to create content and do a million things. So I'm not really like watching the news and shit like that. So I did see though a clip of footage from the Statue of Liberty where the Statue of Liberty was shaking because there was an earthquake. And I
Right.
and I something in the back of my mind said that's kind of strange. I don't really ever hear of no earthquakes in New York City like that, right?
Yeah.
And now that you guys are talking about the solar eclipse is coming, I was like, "Oh, I wonder like
Yeah, because
what's
Mike,
going
I'm
on."
originally from New York City. My family's there still, and we don't really have earthquakes. I told Trina, my sister said this happened several years ago. She felt a tremor, right? And she said a lot of people didn't feel it, but some people did. And she was sensitive to this sort of thing. She felt it, and then it was on the news, but that was more of a tremor. But you usually don't hear about this sort of thing on the East Coast, and that's is worrisome.
Yeah.
Because think about
Now,
it, the East Coast is densely populated. It's not like the West Coast. The
for
East Coast
one,
is
I
densely
mean,
populated.
we have to take what we know about you know uh, astronomy and astrophysics and all that stuff, and then also take things with a grain of salt to a degree because we know that the media is going to lie to us always, right? So the first thing I looked up when I tuned into this live stream is what are the dangers of a solar eclipse? And it said that the first thing it went out of its way to say is there's no health dangers for humans. Now, if there were health dangers, would they tell us? I mean, sure, they tell us don't look at it because obviously we're gonna fuck up our eyes. But other than that, I mean, who knows really how a solar eclipse affects us on a biological level? But what we do know is that a solar eclipse actually does impact the weather. And I posted something in the chat where it said, let me see if I can pull up the chat. It said, the weather during a total solar eclipse can change rapidly. Wind directions can suddenly change, and temperatures can drop as the moon covers the sun. Most places can see temperature drops around 5 to 15 degrees, depending on a person's location.
Uh-huh.
So if we just thinking about what's actually happening here with the solar eclipse, with the sun is obscured by the moon. So we already know that the solar radiation and the waves and how the moon affects the ocean's tides and magnetism and blase, blase, blase. So for the sun to be obscured by the moon, we know that this has to have some kind of huge impact on us as humans on this planet and then on our environment by and large. And when you guys see that there's been a disaster declaration, more specifically, what they're saying is not only be on the lookout for changes in weather and earthquakes and stuff like that, but what they're really trying to warn people about is the influx of people coming to see the solar eclipse. Because what most people don't realize with most natural disasters or catastrophes, it's really not so much the disaster, it's people responding to the disaster. When COVID happened and everybody goes out to buy toilet paper and now there's no toilet paper, or one day our cell phones don't work and now everybody's all rioting and doing fuck shit in the street. So what they're really trying to tell people is with the eclipse, since it's on the East Coast, yo, folks on the East Coast, y'all gonna have mad people coming from the West Coast, mad tourists. Last time they had an eclipse on the West Coast, there was hours long traffic backed up. People had to stay in motels. The motels got booked. People was like staying overnight in the traffic type shit. So imagine, on the East Coast, you guys are gonna get a huge influx of people. Social services are gonna be heavily burdened. If you
Okay.
get shot or stabbed or there's fires or something, the response time is gonna be crazy slow. So it's not so much like they're like, hey, there's going to be a tsunami or a tidal wave or an earthquake.
Okay.
The
Okay.
biggest thing y'all got to look out for is all these tourists from the West Coast and elsewhere coming to your city.
Okay. So what do you think about? Because I know you're not. That's good to know. So that's why they're telling people to go out and get what you need, so you don't have to be bombarded with all of that. So I get that part. But what do you think? Did y'all ever get anything happening? Because it's like say for instance, you said I had that last solar eclipse. Do you ever remember? Because I know how old you were. The having earthquakes or strange things like that. Because this is something that's new over here.
I
Does it?
don't remember us having any earthquakes or anything. Again, we had a solar eclipse over here on the West Coast like a few years back. And the biggest burden was the influx of people, the tourists, the travelers, et cetera, et cetera. So, just like the sister was talking earlier about always being prepared for the big one, I make it a point to know what is the huge natural disaster that can happen in my area and always be prepared for it. For example, when I moved to Portland and I'm going out to the beach and going to the coast every weekend with my kid and stuff, and I look up, oh, wait, they got some crazy earthquake that's supposed to happen at any point in time on the Portland coast where there's going to be like 100-foot tsunami wave. And not only is the coast going to get totally tidal wave flooded, World War Z, super crazy apocalyptic shit, but actually it's going to affect even the city of Portland all the way inland because the river's going to rise. The bridges are going to fall due to the earthquake. A lot of the buildings in Portland aren't actually up to modern day earthquake code. So a lot
That's
of
what we're
buildings are
not.
going to crumble. Then they said that, hey, when shit like that happens, because mind you, when I moved to Portland, I became a part of something called a NET response group. And NET stood for Neighborhood Emergency Training or something like that. So
Oh,
basically,
that's
we
a great
train.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and if you guys look up certain groups like that in your city, I guarantee you have them. And basically,
Right.
it's a public community organization.
But it's smart because it's like don't just work for the emergency response. Make sure that you have that training, like first aid training,
Exactly.
like that,
Yeah.
so that you have an entire community and it's just not the police and the fire department trying to take you and
Well, this is
free 5 million
why
people. Right. I love
when we
that.
do those trainings and we work in conjunction with the police and the fire department, and I'm talking
Mhm.
about like I was dressed up as like a crisis actor, and we were in like a mock city, doing
Right.
earthquake
I've seen those
training and like
kinds of
the whole
trainings.
thing,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, and
It should be mandatory for all of us as Americans. It's probably a part of high school training. Like we should, between high school and college, it should be mandatory training for everyone across this country. First aid, emergency response, like the
definitely.
whole nation.
Definitely. And I myself am an outdoorsman, so I'm going
Oh, me too.
mountaineering
I
and
love
rock
being.
climbing and snowboarding and shit. So I'm like, hold
Oh,
up, I
you're the
gotta
real
make
thing.
sure yeah, I gotta make sure I make it back home. So, I'm all about the emergency preparedness. But the first thing they teach you in these net groups, and the whole reason why they form these net groups across the country is because
Hmm.
when disaster strikes, the police The firefighters, they going to protect their family. They don't give a damn about you. They ain't checking you
Oh,
to
that's
work.
interesting. I didn't think
Yeah,
about
you
it,
know,
but
no.
think
The
about
Yeah.
reality.
police, no,
There's
listen.
like,
The police and the firefighters are going to abandon their post. Imagine that.
right,
Overnight,
yeah,
some situation happens, and you think, "Oh, I can call 911." No, you're on your own. And most people
that's
right
right. But
there can't
think
even deal with that
about it,
reality.
the doctors and
So
the
I would say,
police,
Skip,
like
prayerfully
even the
nothing like
doctors
this
and the
will
nurses,
happen.
that could be an issue.
So
Hmm?
hopefully nothing will
Say it
happen,
again,
but
please.
in the event, so hopefully nothing drastic will happen. But we did get some strange things happening in Philly and on the East Coast. The closer this eclipse has been coming, like these earthquakes.
Have you guys
That's
seen that
what
new
I
movie the
said.
Obamas put out called what's it called?
Let's
Yeah, I
leave
saw
the
it.
world
This
It
is
was
the
behind.
okay. It
end.
wasn't the most. Leave
I
the
don't.
world
I would,
behind.
Oh,
Leave the world behind. Something
leave the
like
world
that.
behind. Right. Yeah. Leave the
right.
world. See,
Yeah.
first of all, it was a huge mental psyops, predictive programming propaganda film. But if you read between the lines and you realize what the real disaster was, what the real fear was, the fear was not knowing. Just the fact of not
That's
knowing what's
right.
going
You
on,
know, I've
and
been
no,
thinking
no,
about
no,
that in the last
Wait, wait, wait,
yeah.
wait. What do you say?
well,
What do you say?
hold on. The fear wasn't also just not knowing; it's that the not knowing caused people to go so damn buck wild crazy.
That's
The only
Right.
right.
reason that those people in that movie, first of all, okay, plot armor, and they found a bunker, whatever. But the only reason they weren't dead within 5 days is because they conveniently took a trip outside of the city. And through the whole movie, y'all saw across the water the city burning and being bombed and being fucked up because just people not knowing and a high population together, it's just chaos. It's chaos overnight.
You ain't
So when you
lying.
guys are on the East Coast, it's not so much y'all got to worry about, tidal waves and earthquakes and blase blase. But if anything happens, if shit hits the fan even a tiny bit, your population is what's going to kill you. That dense population.
That's
Right.
the truth. Yeah, because you're going to be fine. Because what they said in that movie was that the goal, it wasn't about foreign. Because remember that one part where that plane was dropping on, it looked
Mhm.
like it was red smoke, some kind of poison.
Propaganda. Yeah.
And then it turned
Yeah.
out it was all these red pieces of paper. And
Pamphlets. Yep.
right. And then when he got back and showed it to the guy was like, look, this isn't from so and so. This is from so and so. Right. Because he said so and so doesn't do this. And I think they trying to make it look like it was Chinese, but he said actually it was Iranian. It was something like that. Right.
No, no,
So
no.
he said,
So what happened more specifically is
uh-huh.
in certain areas, the red pamphlets were written in Chinese. In
There
certain
you go.
areas, it was written in Arabic. In
There
certain
you go.
areas, it was written in different language.
But it was
And
the
each
same
one,
people that was
yeah,
doing it, and it
the
wasn't
same
different.
people was
Right.
doing it, but the
Right.
whole point of what they was doing was they were just confusing the population. Because if the
But now
population is in a state of confusion, they will
mhm.
destroy
And
themselves. That
it's
was
not
the
just
whole point.
confusion, it's fear. It's like you said, unknowing, fear, and confusion. Those three are deadly combinations. You put all three in the same pot, it's a deadly combination. And then the other thing was that that's what I remember them saying is that I think this is what's that the African guy, I can't remember his name, but his character was saying that the whole thing is to get the people to turn against one another. And that's what they say was going on. So when you see that shot at the end with Manhattan and you see smoke going up, so it wasn't a bomb. It didn't look like a bomb had dropped, but it was like
There
there was
was never a
explosions.
bomb. There was
Right. There
never
was
an
explosions
invasion.
in
It
the
was
city. So
never
that's how
Red
you know
Dawn. There was
there's
never
no armies, no
paratroopers. It
tanks.
was nothing. All it
Yeah. There was
was
no war,
confusion, and the
no jet
people
fighters.
devoured each other. Yep.
Yeah, and that's how you could tell and that was interesting when they showed that shot of Manhattan and you could hear the gunshots and you can hear the explosion. That's how you know it was the people in the city. It wasn't anything that came. It was the people who were already there. And I know New York City will go down like that. I was in New York City when they had a blackout in the what was it, in the mid 70s. I was a little kid, I must have been about 5 or 6 years old. And so I remember we was in an apartment with my mom, my uncle, and my mom was talking to my uncle. Me and my sisters were playing on the floor. And I remember the light bulbs dim and then it came back up. And then it dimmed again. I did this about 2 or 3 times, and all of a sudden it went out. And all the lights went out. It's like, what the heck is this? Right. And so then we all had to go outside, and it was the summertime, God bless, and everybody was sitting on their stoops, right? I'm telling you, and the only light was the light from the headlights of the car. It was black out, but everybody came out and sat on their stoops. And let me tell you, down the street, like they were right half a block down, I could see the street corner, and there was like a little corner store, and it was like one of those ones when you went in and the guys was behind the plastic, screen, like the bulletproof screen, and you had to, act window,
Your
raise
mic
the
is
window,
acting.
put it in, you get the money. That's what I'm sorry. Yeah. So it was like It was like that hood convenience store where you can't walk into the store. You had to go up to the window and order stuff. Like you walk into the store, you got a little lobby area, and you go to the window and open, order stuff. So they had that kind of protection, right? All of a sudden we see people come, like these guys come running down the street. They go around the corner and then they come back and they're shooting. Pop, 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 pop. Like, I swear it was a real life cops and robbers, and the cops were chasing them. And then this other guy came with a motorcycle, busted up in the door of the convenience store, right? And then there was a guy behind the door. So you didn't see the guy behind the door. He was already up in there. And the guy behind the door jumps out and screams at the guy, like scares him off, and the guy on the motorcycle takes off. So in that little convenience store, in that little lobby area, what they had was a stamp machine. And back then they bought stamps, and the stamps, you bought it with coins, right? It was it was a machine, and you put the coins in, and that's how you bought the stamps. Let me tell you guys, the next morning, that stamp machine was in my house. That was my mom's boyfriend that had busted up in that store and scared off
What?
the motorcyclist. And put the machine in our home. I'm like, what? I kid you not. I kid you not.
He
And
stole the stuff.
I remember another time we had some nice furniture, right? That came out of nowhere. I don't know where it came from. And there was a toy chest, and my mom had repainted the toy chest. And I'm like, where did this come from? Girl, they had stolen that stuff.
So getting back to the subject at hand, the best way to overcome this situation, we can't really prepare. We don't know what's going to happen. It could be something minor, like Mike was saying. Michelle was saying it could be just an influx of people coming in because they want to get closer to the eclipse.
Well, if I may, there actually is a way that you can prepare.
What do we do?
Believe it or not, I would advise following the CDC's guidance on this. And the
Right.
CDC says that every man, woman, and child in the United States of America should prepare for a zombie apocalypse. And the
I'm
reason
going.
why, no, I'm dead serious. I'm dead ass serious. You can Google it. I'm dead ass. I'm not joking. I'm not trolling. And the reason why the CDC says prepare for a zombie apocalypse is because by preparing for a zombie apocalypse, by default, you are prepared for every other more plausible natural disaster situation that
He's
could
right.
possibly
He's
happen.
100% right,
So if
because
you
You
are
make
prepared,
it extreme, even though it may
exactly.
not be extreme.
If
Okay.
I'm prepared for a zombie apocalypse, an earthquake is okay. A bunch of
that's right. A
tourists coming in
hurricane
and
is
fucking up my
okay.
city is okay. A
That's
protest,
right.
martial law is okay because a zombie
Yeah.
apocalypse tells me what I need a
Or a
stock of
foreign country
food,
invasion is
water.
okay. That's
Yeah,
right.
exactly. I need certain tools on hand. I need to have a certain level of preparedness. So if you prepare for a zombie apocalypse, you prepare for everything. And
Let me
unfortunately, for the people on the
go
East
ahead.
Coast, y'all are just absolutely like fucked, dead in the water. If
We are. We
anything
don't know what
happens,
to do. We didn't. You know what
Yeah.
people were doing
I
when the
had to
earth
tell Trina, you
happened?
have to
They were
stand in the
jumping up,
door
running
jam.
outside, screaming. Nobody
Yeah.
knew what to do.
I
Some
told Trina
people
to stand in the
just
doorway
were
when those
frozen.
earthquakes
you
hit,
know how
or either
easy
go
it
under a
is
table.
to block off some bridges, especially if you live in New York City and the boroughs. Do you know how
Well, if you
easy
live
it is to
anywhere
get trapped?
around water,
Yeah.
you got to cross a bridge or a tunnel. So that's always an issue. I never
And
like
guess what?
crossing
Most people in the
bridges and tunnels.
city, most city dwellers aren't no outdoorsmen. Most city dwellers, when they want to get out of town, they gonna go and do what everybody does and hit the highway. And now the highway's congested and everybody's stuck, just like in the movie, right?
Yeah,
So honestly,
yeah.
if I was in the city, like let's say I lived in New York City, right,
Mhm.
Bronx or Brooklyn or something. First and foremost, if anything happens, my number one plan is to get out of the city as fast and as safe as possible.
Exactly. That's the smartest
Car
thing
is
to
not going to be it.
do.
Public transportation can get shut down. What I personally would have, and you can look it up, they have these. They cost $2,000-$3,000, but they have foldable, ocean-worthy kayaks that fold
Oh,
up
that's
into
a
a
smart
backpack,
idea. I didn't
and
think about getting away by water.
and you
That's
can get your
smart.
ass over there to the Hudson or whatever. Make sure, of
Because think
course,
about it, you could go up
you
and
have the
down the
right
East
vessel.
Coast.
Yeah, and
Right.
bam, you on the water. You go wherever you need
Yeah.
to go, and that's it.
I didn't think
You
about
away
that.
from
That
the
is
disaster.
so smart.
Well, how the hell
Yeah,
we gonna get out of this if this shit happen tomorrow?
what he's talking
Every
about, Trina, what he's talking about is that you live in a city. Most cities are by water. Okay, almost all, because humans can't live without water. But particularly
right.
East Coast cities are usually near some body of water. So he's saying most people are not going to think about hitting the water unless they're like a white person that already has a boat or something, right?
Well,
Most people ain't gonna think that. So he's saying like what he's saying is this, and because this is what I was thinking about. Do you guys remember the Fast and the Furious? There's this one movie
wait. We're not gonna
where
go
they
off.
got these.
Wait, Kay, we're not going off subject.
No. What I'm
How
talking about
would
is
people do it?
off-road vehicle. Hold up, off-road vehicles. A lot of people don't think about it. We say, "Oh, hit the road with your car." Most people don't think get
Sure,
off the
just
damn road
place the
because you
link in the
can't do that
private
with a
chat.
regular car, right? You need an off-road vehicle to get off the road because if you can get off the road, you can go anywhere. Go ahead, Trina.
Well, hold on. Time. As far as the off-road vehicle thing, yes, if you want to go deep into the woods or rock crawling or something, you need an off-road vehicle. But first and foremost, most vehicular methods of transportation are going to be blocked. So, I posted a link in the private chat about the specific kayak that I'm talking about. It's called an
Oh, I
Oru
see it.
kayak. It folds up in a backpack. It fits into a backpack, so you can take your backpack and another duffel bag with some supplies, and you can get you out to the water, unfold your kayak, and take off to wherever you need to get to that's outside of town. Because the number one thing that you city folks should be thinking about is either A, I need to have enough supplies, so if I hunker down, I can survive for 6 months to a year with just what I got in my house, or B, you need to be able to get out of town as fast as possible.
Yeah, you
And the
guys, COVID
water is the
was
way
the
to go.
Okay, now
preparation for
Pinky
us.
did
You
say
know that
something that
the
was
COVID
comparable.
shutdowns. That was the
Wait.
preparation for us.
Pinky did say something comparable. She did say, because I'm going for what we got it because it's too late. For those who can do what Mike was saying, good for you. But Pinky says something comparable. She said, if you can, stay your ass in your house or as
Very
close
true.
by to your
Because I've
property.
seen those zombie apocalypse movies, and a lot of times if they find some type of building, whether it's a mall, a prison, whatever, and they hunker down, usually they'll kind of make it. They'll have some stupid scenario that they get invented, but usually people follow common sense, they'll be fine. But the zombie apocalypse, I want to talk about that. I want to just mention this right quick when he was saying that the government is telling you prepare as if it's a zombie apocalypse, and it sounds stupid, but it's very smart. Because I remember the first time I saw a zombie movie, I was in my teens, and it freaked me out. And I've seen all kinds of movie werewolves and aliens and stuff, right? But the reason why it freaked me out because it was the most realistic thing I had ever seen, and it was just terrifying to me. So for years I would never watch zombie movies. So fast forward now, last few years, I started watching a lot of these movies, and I said, "What happened?" It's like a switch got flipped, and I realized part of it was that I was bored, so I was just looking for something interesting. The other thing was that I realized it wasn't about the zombies; it was the survival. Like, how did people survive? That's what got me very into these movies. And if you watch these zombie movies on Netflix, there's a lot of them. That's what you learn is how to survive. And the reason why they're saying that's because there is this fascination with the zombie movies. Why? Because zombies are more realistic to people than any other type of monster. That's very realistic that people could be infected with some type of virus and they just go, buck wild and crazy or whatever. So is watching those movies would teach you a lot. And one thing they know, a lot of people also like to play those video games, like All of Us. That's a zombie video game. So that's why they're telling people to prepare because they already know how popular that type of genre is with most people today.
So the link is in the private chat. If anybody want to go in there, follow the CDC guideline. I'm hoping people, because they did say get water and food for a few months. They said 2 to 3 months, and that was like real funky to me that they said that, and they were saying something like disaster declaration. So I never heard of that, which is like real weird. And then the fact
If
that we
they
had
say two
earthquake.
months, you should have enough supplies for 2 years. Hey, they said COVID was gonna last like a weekend, right? They said COVID was gonna last like a weekend, and then the weekend went to a month, which went to a couple of years. So come on, if they say 2 to 3 months, you better at least have a year or two. And what most people don't understand because they don't have the access,
Right.
I've been within Jewish communities, I've been within affluent Mormon communities. They literally have it within their religion. It's a part of their damn religion to have a minimum of years food and water and supplies at your
Right.
home at all times. So certain people by default are way more prepared than us. So I mean it's about time we get up on game.
I say the same thing, and we have been talking about that in spaces. I don't tell too many people, look, you know what you need for your household. I totally agree. We've been talking about that before. You should have been prepared yesterday in reference to getting enough supplies and food and so forth, because it is strange the stuff that's happening. Also, they said that it was one more I'll drop the link again. They did said it was another incident where a ship lost power and almost hit one of the New York's bridges. Did anyone hear that? Because here we go with
Wait,
these
hold
ships.
on, hold
I
on.
didn't
So,
have
so, so
power
so they
till they,
already had the ship hit the bridge in
yeah.
Baltimore, and now there's and again, I called that movie predictive programming because predictive programming is I'm going to put something in the public zeitgeist through media, and then you're going to see just that. I didn't learn this until, I was a young adult and I was doing my own research because I was a kid during 9/11. But y'all are a bit older than me, so maybe you can realize if you reflect on it. Wasn't it crazy how the year or two leading up to 9/11, there was a whole bunch of movies about the World Trade Center getting blown up or getting crashed
Mhm.
into or something going on with the world, right? So predictive
Right.
programming is a hell of a thing. And the fact that the Obamas were behind that movie, I mean, it's just
I'm
it's
not
just
liking
so
that at all. I'm not
come on.
liking that shit at all. But they did say another ship lost power. We just had one that hit that bridge in Baltimore, and then another one lost power and almost by the skin of his teeth missed this New York bridge. Now, which bridge it is, you can look on Lisa Cabrera station. I'm like, no, popular preparedness. Preparedness. He was saying we had another one. It just happened where this ship. What is up with these ships losing power all of a sudden is beyond me. And these when they hit these bridges, this causes how you would say excessive pile up or delay in resources. And a lot of people, because of what happened in Baltimore, many of them are going to lose their jobs. And that's going to take years to build that bridge back up. And this is just strange that people are losing power in certain places and all of a sudden these ships don't all of a sudden know how to run. I'm not understanding this. I'm trying not to.
Think about it this way. All it would literally take for the East Coast folks to have a damn near zombie apocalypse type scenario is what happens if y'all just keep having ships lose power and crash into shit on the East Coast.
Right.
Let one more ship do it, and let a third ship do it, and now the states are on lockdown. They don't know what's
Mhm.
going on. God damn it. Let a single airplane fall from the sky, and it's a wrap. State of emergency. You guys are on lockdown like COVID. You can't go nowhere. So imagine this right
Mhm.
now. What happens if you need food and you can't go get it from the grocery store? What happens if your running water stops at your home? Because actually, the people who are part of the prepping community who prep for these type of scenarios, they know exactly what to do. They know when a lot of these natural disasters, huge calamities happen. The first thing that they do is they got huge um, food grade bags that literally are designed for you to go to your bathtub, put the bath in the bathtub, and fill up with water real quick before your access to water gets cut off. There's ways that you even in the city can collect rainwater or whatever and have rainwater, prepped in the backyard or whatever. But if you guys just think about these simple things like, wait, I'm hungry, I can't go to the grocery store. What do I
Right.
do? I don't have electricity in my house. I don't have power. What do I do? My phone service does not work. What do I do? Well, goddamn it, y'all better go back to the early 2000s and have some maps handy and you feel me, know some
Walkie
landscapes and
talkies,
some
walkie
landmarks.
talkies,
Yeah, walkie talkies,
walkie
all that.
talkies. Talk to your family members about what you would do in the case of where you would meet up, because some people go to work, you have to go in. Figure out a meetup point, how you would get from point A to point B. But if nothing is running, what's the quickest way you can get to one another? These are things that you should be talking about. But I never thought, I'm not gonna lie, I never thought about no goddamn earthquake because we never had earthquakes on this side. So it's like, what the fuck you do with an earthquake when the fucking earth is moving? We don't experience that here. So we had some people from the West Coast and they were like, oh, that was small. But you should have seen how people were bucking out of their homes. They didn't know what to do because you
Well, in
like, okay,
actuality,
like,
some
oh,
some simple earthquakes on the East Coast could be major
Yeah, come here.
disaster because y'all don't have earthquakes, so your buildings aren't built to withstand earthquakes. Like on the West Coast, our buildings, and again, I was in real estate, so I know the buildings have to be met to a certain earthquake code because they know there's a high potentiality of an earthquake happening. In the East Coast, I don't think y'all build anything like that to code, and y'all got the skyscrapers and all the huge buildings and shit. So yeah, let something happen with the weather, and all of a sudden there's earthquakes on the East Coast. You guys are not prepared for it in the slightest.
so what you're saying, Mike, is we all gonna die? It's like I'm just kidding.
No, no, no. If we want to think of
No.
realistic, pragmatic things that you
Okay,
can
what's
do
the best thing to
today,
do?
right now, tomorrow, here's the first thing that you can do. You can go out and again, it's best to do this before everybody is in a state of disaster, because then everybody's going to do it, right? But you should go out and buy you, at least start small. Say, 6 months supply of water. 6 months supply of water. And again, I purchase my own water. I don't drink tap water, right? So I know off rip, I drink maybe like shit. I go through like 5 gallons of water a week. So if it was five, if it's still like 20 gallons a month, times that by six. So I mean, we're talking about like 120 to 150 gallons of water. Do you have the place to store that? If you don't have the place to store that, then whatever space you're working with, get as much water as you can. When it comes to the food, they've made it easy. You can go on Amazon right now and buy a bunch of 1 year, 2 year, 3 year emergency meal kits. You don't even got to cook it. You mix some water with it, whatever. Because again, if you're in a real disaster situation, you just need calories. You ain't trying to eat all bougie like. So go out, get as much water as you can, realistically fit in whatever extra storage you got at home. Go out and go on Amazon and drop 100, 200, 300, whatever it is, on one of them 1 to 2 year food supplies. And
Mhm.
that's step one. After step one, the next step that you can do is look into getting some kind of defense for your home. Again, first responders aren't answering, 911's not picking up. Can you
Mhm.
legally own a firearm? Can you legally, you can have a knife up to a certain amount of inches. If you're at home, you got a whole lot of leeway. So I mean, you can have kitchen knives, a baseball bat, whatever the fuck you want. But what kind of home defense do you have set up? Do you have headlamps, candles, lights, things like that? So I mean, if you just start with getting a stockage of food, water, think of some home defense and some residual reserve power, then you're already a million times more prepared than your neighbor, right?
So a lot of you, if you already have this, you're 2 steps ahead of the game. But for those of you who do not, I would suggest to go and get as much water and supplies and food that you can get tomorrow. If you have already called out, I don't know what you can do in references because it's starting between 1 and 3. So if you can go early in the morning, some of the stores are open early. Get what you can do with what little that you have, and weigh it down. But for those of us who are already prepared on that aspect, fine, you already have what you have and just wait it out and see what's about to happen weather-wise. If there is an earthquake, Kay had said something about standing in between the doorways. Depending on where you're at, if your building or your home shakes a little too much, then I guess you would come out. But be careful what you're coming out into because a lot of you may have power lines and different things of that sort. So you have to weigh your options of what you feel is safest in your home. And you can look that up to figure out what to do. But suffices food, supplies, weaponry, because we don't know what's happening. Do a survey between now and in the morning and figure out how you would go about getting these things or tallying up what you already have in your home. Don't just sit around. I think we had talked about this before because not just earthquakes, we were talking about this before in the event that there is a shutdown or anything that could happen besides an earthquake because the United States has changed rapidly since we have had this president. Things are totally not the same in America. So everybody should have been preparing as of yesterday. But the earthquake thing was just a little something different, a big difference for us here on the East Coast on what we need to do here in Philly, New York, and so forth. So Kay, you were saying something about you saw a ice and a tornado or something in your area. Can you expound what was going on about that?
Oh yeah, we just went out and it was very cold. That's the first thing I remember. It was cold and windy. And my sister said it was 46 degrees because it was hot and sunny the day before, and then it was very cold and windy. I mean, cold. Like I walked out the door and it just shocked me. And then later on, we was like what about 30 minutes later, and then the sun came out. But I remember before the sun came out, I looked over to the side and I saw this huge cloud. Like it looked like the size 5 of a category. It looked like the size, the cloud, it made me think of a category 5 hurricane. I mean, tornado, category 5 tornado, from the heavens all the way down to the ground. And the heavens was a huge funnel. And then it wasn't narrow, but it was like it kind of got a column of clouds all the way down to the ground. And I was going to tell my sister, look, doesn't that look like a tornado, right? So then we was in the store in Walmart, and then the rain started coming down, right? You know how they have those metal roofs and you can hear and it sounds like nails. And we came outside after that and we're looking on the ground and I'm like, what is this? I'm looking at this isn't water. And I noticed it was ice, so it had held. It's just weird. So then several hours later, when we was at the house, and she came and showed me, she said there was a hurricane, there was a tornado over there by the Walmart we was at. And I said, oh my God, I saw that. I did. I
Now,
thought
does
it.
that happen in your
tornado.
area a lot?
Hmm?
Does that happen out the, does that
No,
occur where
well,
you're
it's
at?
open land, and any of those open land, they tend to have the tornadoes usually hit those areas that have wide open land. That area is flat, wide open land, so I wouldn't be
Okay, so that
surprised.
is commonplace. That's common to happen. Okay, but what about the ice? Was that common to happen where you're at?
No, that came out of nowhere. That hail came out of nowhere. It was like cold, and it was sun. The sun came out, and then a hail, and then it was a tornado. It was insane.
And a lot of people have been reporting that the weather has been shifting in different areas that they're in on the East Coast. At any case, whatever's coming, like Mike was saying, like we had said in past time, prepare as much as you can. And you need to get on base. I'm hoping nothing will happen, that it will be something very minor, minute, but an event that something does occur, try to get as prepared as you can, but don't just take this as okay, this was an overcast, nothing happened, because too much strange shit is happening with these ships running into stuff, little weird stuff going on with people's powers and phones. Everybody should be on point on getting prepared so that we won't panic. Like he was saying, the people who will be most vulnerable is the people who don't have anything in place or in plan. You will be like a sitting fucking duck. You will be
It's
running
basically poor
over.
people. It's basically poor people. If you're affluent and you're in the suburbs, if you're in a gated community and you've already got a pantry that's stocked and blah blah
Mhm.
blah, they ain't tripping about none of this. But the poor folks is the ones who's gonna be running around like Chicken Little. The sky is falling. And with
Right.
the weather that y'all have on the East Coast, think about this. What happens if y'all are having one of your East Coast winters and the power just goes out across the city? Can you even survive in your house without the power on through the winter in the East Coast? I mean, I was out of New York and it was a blizzard before. I mean, most folks in the city aren't prepared for that kind of, harsh environment. Whereas, white people or people who are outdoorsy, I mean, I I got enough equipment to go up to the mountain and survive for a month. So, people in the city are the ones who are going to be most affected, especially people who are on the poorer end of the spectrum. But
Mhm.
specifically when it comes to the East Coast earthquake thing, I just did some research and it says here that the earthquake that happened on April 5th was a magnitude 4.8 earthquake. Now, a
Mhm. Yeah.
4.8 on the West Coast standards, that ain't that big. That's like, all right, it's gonna shake some shit. It's nothing to be alarmed about on the West Coast. But on the East Coast, do you guys know how often a 4.8 earthquake happens on the East Coast?
It does not happen here like that. That's what we were
There
saying.
have been 20 earthquakes with a magnitude above 4.5 on the East Coast since 1950. Only 20.
Mm.
In the last 74 years or so, only 20. So if you just had one now, and if you see another
So
one
how many have there
within
been
the
on
next,
the West Coast compared to the East Coast? So we can have, we can kind of relate the numbers. Let me see.
yeah, let me see. How many 4.8 magnitude quakes in California? Da, 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 da. From what I'm finding, it's extremely common. There was 20 just just in a week or some shit. It said that there was 20 in El Centro over a 15-minute point in time in San Diego in February of this year. So I mean, there was 20 in one area.
Said y'all have one almost every week. So
Yeah, exactly. So again, that's why you hear all the people from California, and they're like, "Oh, 4.8, that's nothing." Like, when people talk
yeah.
about the big one in California, they're not talking about a 4.8. Matter of fact, San Francisco during the last big one was like on fire. Like most of the city burned up, people died, fell into cracks in the earth. Like that San Francisco earthquake. Let me see. I think it was the earthquake of 1906. I used to have a
Mhm.
book about it. I read it as a kid. Yeah, 1906 earthquake, 3,000 people died, over 80% of the city was destroyed. 80%. And let's see what magnitude that was. San Fran, 1906. Quake magnitude.
The ground opened up.
That was a 7.9.
Mm.
So, for you to have some real terrible calamity, so we talking about 7.98 higher. But again, there's only been 20 in the last 74 years above a 4.5 in the East Coast. So listen, guys, if you have another earthquake that's 4.8 or above in the next 6 months, let alone the next year, let alone the next 2 years, even if it hits in the next 3 years, then that's still a strange indicator of maybe something's going on. If something's so
Really something's
rare
going on
and all
because
of us, yeah, all of a sudden you see an uptick, a new trend forming. I mean, these are things to take a look at. And coincidentally, the black dude in that movie, what was he? A stockbroker who was what? His whole job is to analyze trends, people's actions, how the market impacts people's behaviors. And he saw what was going on early on because he saw the trends of his affluent clients and what they were doing. So again, trends are everything.
Right. We had one 3 weeks ago in Jersey, and then we had another one stemming from Jersey and crossing on over. So this is the second one in 3 weeks, which is extremely odd.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's the
Yeah,
second one in 3 weeks. Hold on. So,
yeah.
so the one on
The
April
one in
5th.
Jersey, the one in Jersey did not hit us. It just stayed in Jersey. Then it went again from Jersey to here. This is the second one that hit all of us. But there was one in Jersey 3 weeks ago.
Oh no, hold on. Wait a minute. Y'all have had more than that. Oh no, I'm looking at the chart right now. Y'all had a 2.6 hit on April 5th, and then a 4.1 hit on the same day, and then a 3.1 hit on the same. Wait, y'all had like 3 or 4 earthquakes on April
We did
5th.
not hear about that. We only heard about the one in Jersey. That's because someone told us. And then we had the one that was the 4.8. No one knew about them ones that you just talking about.
Oh yeah, they're not telling y'all. I'm looking at the map right now. It says
Hey, what?
1 mile from Tewksbury, New Jersey on April 5th at 7:23 a.m. there was a 4.8 magnitude earthquake.
That's the
Three
one we know
three
about.
miles from Bedminster in New Jersey at 2:59 p.m. same day there was a 3.8. Then the next day, April 6th, 2 miles from Tewksbury, New Jersey at 3:46 a.m. there was a 2.5. So everybody's talking about the 4.8, but they aren't talking about that. Apparently, this was a series of earthquakes.
No, they're not saying nothing about that. They didn't say no. I didn't see anything about that. I'm just hearing about the one that's the 4.8. And the only reason why we know about the one that happened in Jersey 3 weeks ago because one of these content creators, Lisa Cabrera, she lives in New Jersey. I didn't even know nothing about the ones you was talking about.
Yeah, and again, they're only talking about the 4.8 because that ain't nothing they can hide. Y'all felt it. The Statue of Liberty was shaking a little bit. The 2.8s, the 3.8s, you don't necessarily feel that. So they're not gonna cause alarm because what's it gonna do? It's gonna cause alarm, and people are gonna panic, and people are gonna go buy shit. And so again, the government really don't tell you shit unless they gotta tell you something to keep it a buck. So it's crazy how I'm like, okay, well, if there's more than 4.8 over the next few years. I mean, that's a crazy trend, but I look at the chart and no, actually, over the April 5th and April 6th, there was 3 earthquakes.
Damn it. No, we didn't know anything about that. My God.
Yeah. So again,
Let's
I just did some more research on the building standards on the East Coast, and it says here, let me see if I can find it. So
Yeah, I
it's
think
saying
sure.
It was saying the buildings and the skyscrapers were designed mostly to withstand high winds and minor earthquakes, but earthquakes are not really prevalent on the East Coast. And the earthquakes that do happen on the East Coast are typically way less than a 4.8. So they aren't really built to withstand earthquakes higher than a 4.8. So if y'all have, let's just go out on a limb and say y'all have a 5.8 or a 6.8 or a 7, there literally might be skyscrapers falling from the sky in New York City.
Mm-mm. The only good thing about us in Philly, we have homes. Some of them are like more flat to the ground, but I don't know how that would be. I don't live in the city limits, but we have more neighborhoods. New York is buildings, skyscrapers, apartment buildings that go up. But Philly has a lot of transportation, tunnels. We're not in those areas. Some areas are closer to um, roadways, expressways, different areas that can be cut off. I'm closer to some portion of where the water is, but it's farther back. So I'm just trying to figure out how would this work? What would it be like? Because when I felt it, it felt like a truck. But my neighborhood pretty much, but it shook the whole house.
Even though I'm
Everybody
from
got
California, I've only felt an earthquake one time, and the one time I felt an earthquake, it was like the weirdest experience I've ever felt in the world. It's hard to even describe. It's like somebody
hey, the
like
link is in if you need it.
like imagine you're like looking through the lens of a camera and somebody's just shaking the whole camera type shit, right? It was just so odd. It's like I wasn't shaking, the house was just like the earth was shaking. Like it's the craziest shit ever. It's like you can feel everything moving, but we're still kind of balanced, right? So it's not as wobbly as you would think, but it was just the oddest feeling that I've ever felt in my life.
That's what
And
we had. It just
yeah.
everybody's house. Some people, depending on where they were at, they didn't feel anything. But majority of the people, 80% of people was feeling like their whole house just shook. We're connected. Houses around here are connected. Some are twins, some are in rows. So it's a little different. We're not usually in the neighborhood in and of itself. There are row houses. Some of them are twin houses. Some of them are straight connected, and very few of them are not connected to each other at all. But they're not one story. They're like 2, 3 stories homes.
Hey, no matter where you live in the US of A, you should just always be prepared for the big one, among other things. The big one is what they talk about in California, where they say since the whole state of California is on a fault line, they say it is guaranteed to happen. We don't know when it's going to happen, but there's going to be a huge, massive earthquake of 8.0 or greater.
Okay.
And when that happens, people are gonna die like no other. Cities are gonna
Damn,
crumble and
what?
burn all the way from San Francisco to Los Angeles. Guys, in 1906, it was a 7.8, right? And 3,000 people died, and 80% of San Fran was burned. So imagine higher than an 8.
I'm just trying to get past this 4. Now you told me about all of them other little earthquakes that we didn't know nothing about those.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why they ain't say nothing, and now this disaster declaration is making sense because we
Mhm.
never had no one say this, and we had an eclipse before in 2017. So I'm like, what's a disaster declaration? And they did put it out, and we're in the fault line of where this X is supposed to cross over. And when this happened, that years ago, it supposedly happened years ago, there was some, like you said, some weather fluctuation, and there was some things that happened where the earth and the weather did some strange things. So that's why I'm like, okay, maybe they're just getting you prepared because of what happened in the past. And then when you were saying maybe because a lot of people are going forth to see it, but they haven't really, they didn't say nothing about, they just said something about that 4.8, and that one barely was mentioned that happened 3 weeks ago in Jersey. So something is definitely going on, I would say.
And also, when we had our solar eclipse on the West Coast, they were telling people, "Hey, watch out! There's going to be traffic," but they weren't telling us that we should get 2 to 3 months supply of water because tourists are going to come and see
That's what
the
I'm saying. Why
eclipse. So
would they
yeah,
do that? Because I'm
yeah.
like, this is not, they said get water. They were telling, and this, get water, and they were telling people to get food. This is what they were saying. I'm like, for what? You can go get, after, everybody's not going to stay after the eclipse. Eventually, they're going to get the hell out and go home.
Hmm.
So I would just say they're saying something without saying something, but that disaster declaration did come up, and they issued it for Texas, and I forgot where else, Tennessee. So look it up. They did issue it. They weren't saying too much here besides the fact of get food and water. So it was like just make sure you have some. But this is, I don't know if we're going to be in this, in the site in the sight line. They were giving it spaces where people could get closer and see it, but nobody's giving no warnings. Um, they're not even like, how can I put it? They're saying, oh yeah, by the way, it's a disaster declaration, but they didn't really go into details of what it was. You follow what I'm saying? They're saying something without saying something.
They're just making it real vague. Just, hey, you guys should prepare, stock up on stuff, and there's gonna be some traffic from the eclipse, but
Yeah.
you know, yeah.
Didn't say shit about them other tremors. Nothing was mentioned. I didn't see nothing on the local news. Everybody was talking about their 4.8.
And again, the news is where most people get their information. Where did I find that information? On the earthquake.usgs.gov website. You feel me? If you go straight to the source, you can pull up the whole map of everything. So yeah, the news is there to program you on a daily basis and make sure that you act triggered when you need to act triggered and think nothing's wrong when shit's about to hit the fan. So
Yeah.
I always think about Hurricane Katrina. When Hurricane Katrina happened, that shit was as apocalyptic as you can ever think it was. There was bands of white people and gangs and paramilitary. Blackwater went down there and was shooting black folks and killing people, and alligators taking people up, and they put people in the Superdome with no food, no water, and some people were cut off from the dome, just left on their own. I mean, we got to all prepare for something like that to happen. And then the thing about it is this: what we should really do is we should treat it like a motorcyclist. My father rode motorcycles. People in my family ride motorcycles, so I know that there's a saying: when you are a motorcycle rider, you're going to fall. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of when it happens, when you take your first fall, when you take your second fall after that. It is bound to have. Anybody who gets on a motorcycle knows with the 100% certainty I am going to crash and fall off my bike and potentially die at some point in time. Every time I'm about to get on this motorcycle, I could die. So if we have that same mindset towards preparedness, I mean, in our lifetime before we die, imagine what kind of disasters we're going to live through. We already went through a global pandemic, 9/11. We got a wave of migrants. We got a whole bunch of shit going. We got mass shootings. We got a whole bunch of shit going on. So the chances are, sometime in your point of life, you are going to be in the middle of a mass shooting, or near some natural disaster, or having to survive the impact of an earthquake, or some kind of EMP from solar radiation of the sun, or we're going to go into World War III, or something's going to happen for 100% certainty. So you should just be prepared for a zombie apocalypse, because that'll cover all your bases. There you go.
Why don't we like talking about this as Black people? we seriously avoid this.
Meanwhile,
It's
white
like,
people have whole YouTube channels based on it with millions of
yes, they do.
subscribers. They got TV shows about doomsday preppers. I mean, come on now.
Now
It's an interesting
we
phenomenon.
do have some Black ones. We have Canadian Prepper. I don't know if you heard about him.
Yeah, I've heard about him, but the reason why people, I think in our community don't think about these things is, for one, black folks is just trying to get through the day, let alone the
Yeah.
week, right? And for two, for whatever reason, I think it really happened when we went from the farms to the cities and industrialization and stuff, but we've really lost that connection with nature. You feel me? We don't go out and take walks and go on hikes like that and go
Mhm.
snowboarding or kayaking or this and that. And when you do those things, you naturally are developing many survival like skill sets that you need to survive. I mean, again, if something happened and power's out at my house and it's 10 degrees, well, I know how to survive because I've gone up to the mountains and I've known how to dress, how to layer, wear
Mhm.
down feather and this and that. So, it's just not a thing within our community because, for one, we don't have the luxury of thinking about disaster before it strikes and preparing. We just kind of deal with it. And for two, we're not, a community of outdoorsmen like that. So, unfortunately, if black folks could not go to the grocery store and their cell phones didn't work, or the internet, or the water stops running in the house, electricity goes out, I mean, we're fucked for the most part. We don't really take up firearms training like we should. The average white person is taking a 5-year-old kid to the gun range and shit.
Yeah, we
So
don't do
just
stuff
by
like this.
default, we're so behind when it comes to a lot of real world survival like skills. And Obviously this is a subject I'm passionate about. I've thought about even doing some broadcasts like this on my channel to kind of put folks
Yeah,
up
you
on
should.
game. But yeah, unfortunately, this is something that's really, really lacking in our community.
You should do a thing on this. I would strongly suggest it because we need more information on this. I think we need to speak about this quite often because a lot of people don't look into this. We do have some prepper channels on how to farm, how to do things. I would suggest looking up Homestead Heart, looking up Tommy Bites, Canadian Prepper, Urban Prepper. If you do not live if you're living in the city limits, they're telling you different ways in which to prepare, but we should have been doing this as of yesterday. We're no longer in when, I mean, if it's going to happen, it's when, and we do need to think about it more often to be prepared because the people who panic are the ones who are going to fold. It can no longer be like, I don't want to think about it. I'll worry about it when it happens. This is not going to be one of those scenarios. And I think it's going to be multiple things happening at once. And like Mike was saying, and others were saying when they were talking about you're on your own, police and fire are going to be handling emergencies that are of the most pertinent necessity. So their whole thing, like they were saying, was to not tell you anything at all. But when they're telling you something like we have a food shortage and they just sweep over it, that means it is massive. It's like for some reason we don't want to talk about it because it sounds like something that's corny. It sounds like something for some, I don't know, it's like you cussing at them or something that just goes over their head and they just don't want to deal with it. I would say prepare as of yesterday, talk with your family members about your disaster plans for whatever the situation may be. It could be something as simple as your house catching on fire. Prepare for everything. Like he said, the zombie apocalypse. Start off small and start building ASAP. But as of when this solar eclipse is happening, get what you can get. For those of us who are prepared, brace yourself because they clearly ain't telling us everything. I didn't know anything about it. And I live on the East Coast. I only knew about this 4.8, and that was it. And I didn't even know about the one that happened 3 weeks ago in New Jersey. Something is not being said. And that being said, I think more is to come. I think life as we know it on this side may change. I'm hoping that's not the case, but they ain't letting us know a lot of stuff. That's a fact. And this disaster declaration, that didn't make no sense to me. It's just an
No,
eclipse. So
no,
why?
no, no, sis. No, no, no. They are letting us know a lot of stuff. To the uninitiated, to the untrained eye, you think it's media, you think it's a movie, you think these are
Right,
coincidences. But to the initiated, to the trained eye, we see the warning, we peep game, and we say, okay, this is what's about to happen. Because again, at the same time this is happening, the Obamas are putting out apocalyptic films about ships crashing into the beaches, and now ships are crashing into the beaches, and blase,
right,
blase, blase. So, clearly they're trying to put this in the zeitgeist for a reason.
right.
Something is definitely going to happen. And before the internet got extremely censored, I spent a little bit of time on the dark web, and I saw I think it was either DOJ or Homeland Security, either DOJ or Homeland Security, but I watched training footage for their new federal agents, and it was saying that by the year 2030, we're going to have bioterrorism in the United States. People are going to be forced through natural disasters and civil unrest to be forced into mega cities where there's going to be huge wealth inequality, where there's going to be the mega rich living in skyscrapers, and down below, there's going to be us living in modern day US versions of favelas. This was what they were preparing federal government agents for. And this was supposed to take place starting in about the year 2030. So when we see the influx of migrants and we see all these strange things happening, and us black folks don't know how to connect the dots like that. But if you start connecting the dots and comparing notes, some shit is
They're
definitely about to happen.
distracting us with all kinds of stuff with Diddy and Hollywood and all the bullshit.
Meanwhile, Mark Zuckerberg just built a new doomsday bunker. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
billionaires are buying doomsday resort packages.
yeah.
Meanwhile, millionaires and billionaires are buying up farmland in the middle of nowhere, property in other countries. So why is it that the richest and the smartest people are literally building underground bunkers, and we're just up here la da di da 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 da? Okay.
And they're storing food at massive rates in tunnels. Look at Tommy Bites homestead. She was showing they are showing it like Mike was
The
saying.
United States government has mega underground cities built into mountainsides and shit on the East Coast,
Yeah,
all across
there
the
you
country.
go.
They have an underground tunnel network that basically goes from the East Coast to the West Coast. They got huge underground structures and shit. So why is it that everybody's getting ready to go underground and we up here just going along with our day?
La-di-da, la-di-dee.
Yeah.
I would suggest people get iodide pills too. Iodide. Just to let you know if you can input on that one. Get radiation pills. I'm just giving a heads up if you can find them. I don't want to say too much on. I just wasn't prepared for the earthquake thing, but everybody should be prepared. Prepare the best way you can, and I would say get some radiation pills as well as a lot of other things. They do have, um, they do. People are out here, and they have been out here warning folk. So I didn't want to send anybody into no Chicken Little, but I think we passed that.
And
Things are
again,
happening.
it's not so much the disaster. The disaster happens. If you die in the middle of the disaster, you dead. You can't think about it anyways. But it's not so much the disaster, it's people's reaction to the disaster. You're not going to be physically fighting an earthquake where you're trying not to fall into the center of the earth. You're not actually going to be running from a tidal wave, but you're
Like,
going to have to deal with people trying to break into your house, the rule of
hey,
law abandoned. You go to the grocery store, niggas is shooting and killing over fucking butter and milk and shit. Like, it's
right.
people we have to worry about. And that's like the sister was saying earlier. When you watch the zombie shows and stuff, for example, The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead has lasted so many seasons to where you can see the progression. In the first seasons, it was about what? Surviving these zombies, making it out of the city. Then
Right.
what was it about? Building some kind of homestead, some kind of community. Then what was it about? The zombies aren't even the issue no more. Now it's communities fighting communities, people trying to steal and rape each other and make them into slaves and shit. The zombies are, oh, we already know how to manage the zombie, shoot them in the head. But it's the people that are always the problem. You got to be prepared for the people. And the
Facts.
only thing keeping people in check is this feeble notion of a rule of law. It's fear of repercussion. I mean, it's all such a delicate thing hanging by a shoestring like balance. And if you know about civilizations and the fall of empires, it's calculated that the average lifespan of a civilization is close to 340 years. The United States of America, that experiment is long overdue.
That being said, I would say you really need to go out here tomorrow and get what you can get. As I was thinking about it, when Philadelphia had a situation with water being so called contaminated, our water shells were in Philadelphia did not have water. The water was gone within approximately 3 hours. So, that aspect that he was talking about, how people will go out and panic, that is true. So, before anything goes down, go and make sure you get water and get what you can get because what we did not have the water ran out in Philadelphia within 3 hours. It was gone. The counties had some, but we were starting to go over to that end. But the point being said, if this hits us all at a magnitude, um, you may not be able to go to the store and things run out swiftly. And people were not so nice. I was caught up into it. People don't give a damn about old ladies. They don't give a damn about crippled people. The alarm went off and it was like people bucked out like something I never seen before. So he is correct. The panic in which I saw was off the chain. I never saw nothing like that in my life. People was just grabbing shit. They didn't care about old people, kids. They didn't give a dang about nobody.
Hundreds will die just from being trampled to death in the stampede.
So when you said that, I was like, oh my God, I remember they did go buck. Wow. It was like people didn't give a shit. And then getting to the parking lot and getting out, it was crazy. So you don't want to be caught up in that swarm. So if you can get out there beforehand, it was something I never seen before. And the first time I did see another one that happened, it was during the time period that we had C-19 and we were supposed to go for a shutdown. People came out of nowhere and they swarmed. So people do swarm, and I've been in it twice. The one with the water, that was the worst because it was like we
Hey,
didn't know what
a couple years ago, there was news articles, news media was talking about there might be a gas shortage, and just because there might be a gas shortage, there was people going up, filling up on gas, and created a gas shortage. So, I mean, it's one of those things that if the news says it's a problem, it's already way, way, way too late. And if anybody wants a case study, because again, we live in a utopia of sorts. We live in a first world. We live with a lot of privileges. There's people around the world that have lived through these calamities, that are going through these calamities right now. And at a certain point in time, it'll be our turn. If you want a case study, look up the 2016 Venezuela crisis. In 2016, if y'all remember, their
I
currency had hyperinflation. Well, Mike, their currency's devalued. They got hyperinflation. Why is that so bad? Well, just by their currency being hyperinflated, that led to starvation, disease, crime, mortality rates, massive immigration. Just by the currency being destabilized, people were killing each other, eating each other. It was fucking madness.
and those people are here now. Many
Yes.
people
And,
left
and most of those migrants from Venezuela are the ones raping and doing the most fuck shit. Yes.
graping,
Yes.
graping, graping,
Yeah.
graping. Yeah. So they're already on survival alert, which makes sense to why they are coming here with an attitude that they don't give a F. Meanwhile, Americans are like la di la di da. So it makes sense why their senses are in survival mode, and we are just how to make a dollar out of 15 cents. So this is making a lot of sense. Hey Shay. So this is making a lot of sense. So they put us with people who are already on high alert. Meanwhile, we're walking around like la di di, la di da, la di di, la di da. It's time for us as black women, put your head on the swivel and get as prepared as possible. I'm hoping nothing will happen, but it already has. I didn't know that. I knew about the 4.8. Like I was saying, strange things have been happening, but like Mike was saying, and others are saying, they tell us half truths or just tell us enough. It's what you read between the lines. So I say, please get prepared. I don't know how this is going to end up. Talk with your family. It's time to do that. This is getting weirder and weirder by the minute. And we're going to be in, like how some would say, Hunger Games. That's what it looks like we're going towards. We're going towards Hunger Games.
Listen, I don't want nobody's barbecue human chest. Yo, for real, because that's the way it's going. And let
You
me
better
tell
start learning
y'all,
how to make beef jerky out of niggas.
I'm not eating nobody. Shay is saying that she's getting a lot of recalls. So I want y'all to pay attention to that too. A lot of recalls.
yeah, there's a lot of recalls, even on stuff like Cheerios. Every day there's recalls, even on brand names. It used to be
That
like, some no frill names, no brand names. Now I remember like 2 years ago, like Kellogg's and a lot of like the Frosted Flakes and the Fruit Loops, and I was like, what the hell is this?
no
They took
baby formula. No baby formula. Beef
no, and they
nut.
took those off the shelves. Now you have like peanuts, nuts, candies, the cashews, chocolate. Every time you turn around, bread. I mean, come on. Cereals are being recalled. It's ice cream. So you've had cases where a whole town like almost died from ice cream. So
Huh?
it's like, yes, our food is, we're
I know
under
it's
we're
something going on with the beech nut, the baby food. So if you have babies, do not feed them beech nut. They said it was lead in the beech nut. I don't know what the hell is
the
going on.
Similac. So that's on us because we got out of making our own baby food. You understand? And so I never really was into the baby food thing anyway. Even with my children, I tried to use fresh bananas so you figure out how to get that sweet potato to where baby can consume it. Even with the baby milk. So all of that is still at stake. Like
like was mentioned before, we got to make it our own food. We got to get back to taking the
Facts.
time, right,
Shoot,
to
I
make
live
our food
on a
and
2 acre
process it
farm.
too.
We got goats, ducks, chickens,
Yeah.
turkeys, you name
We
it.
got to learn how to kill them. Kill and wring a chicken neck and get off the feathers. Now they got this machine, Mike, for chick when you raise
Oh, I
chickens.
seen them. Yep.
Yeah, you could put it
That
in a
machine will
machine.
just take the feathers, everything,
Yep.
debone them, the whole shit. I'm like, oh lord, this looks like some ex machina shit.
Yeah, a lot of these prepping stations will show you if you are in that area how to do your chickens and your cattle and stuff like that. Keep in mind that they're making laws on a lot of people and how you farm because before they're doing stuff behind the scenes. So if you have a massive amount of land, they're looking for ways to not let you farm. They've already raided down here a lot of these Amish.
And
So
the Amish is always been that way for generations.
they
That's
came on
nothing new.
they came on there because he was selling milk and meat.
Now,
And
see, there's the difference. If you're selling something, then I believe your products need to be, examined and tested and make sure it's okay for the
he's always
public.
been doing it for years. So all of a sudden, it's like they're sending out a warning, like to other farmers, could we be next? That's what people were saying.
Listen,
So,
our government is reliant on making sure that we are not self-reliant. Okay,
yeah,
the biggest psyops they did was taking us off of our mechanized farms where we raised our own food and had our
That's
own
right.
small businesses and engaged in our own commerce. And when they got us into these cities on these 40-hour work weeks and working in
mhm.
factories like slaves and all that shit, that was the beginning of the end. We are not
We
self-reliant
got
as
to
a
get
people.
aggressive
Yeah.
and vicious with this shit. Excuse me.
Hmm.
We
There are a
got to
lot of people
like,
online
yo,
looking up a lot. So when Mike said a lot of us as Black Americans are not self sufficient in this, he's correct. But I do have high hopes because I did find in the past 3 to 4 years that we did have a good bit of Black Americans who were teaching people how to can and do stuff. But like to me, you got to ease up on people because I'm saying for me personally, just to talk to family members, they act like you cussing them out to tell them to stock up. It's a weird thing. What the fuck you
no,
mean?
we don't want to
Great.
hear it. No, we don't want to hear it because we don't need to hear negative things. So you see what I mean? Don't bring that drama over here. We all right. That's that dumbass,
And that
ignorant
speaks to
attitude.
exactly what I was talking about earlier. We so worried about today, this week, this month, that for somebody to come through and say, "Hey, you do know you live in a flood zone. Are you prepared for it? Do you have a bug out bag? Do you have flashlights at
They start
least?
acting like it's
Do you
strange.
have any stored food? Oh, nigga, what you talking about? What you some doomsday prepper white people shit? Like, no, 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 no. Other cultures, these motherfuckers are creating militias. They meeting up on the weekends,
Thank you.
running
Yes,
drills
they
and
are.
shit. Come on now. Hey, I studied them, my folks. I've lived amongst them. Me being light skinned, I was welcomed and accepted with open arm. Nigga, I am behind enemy lines taking notes like a motherfucker. And these motherfuckers got private militias and everything ready
Yep.
to go.
Yeah, mine says
That's
she's in the
right.
south and she sees it happening. In the southern states, she sees it happening because they live in that area. And it's like there are some Black Americans who are prepared, but it's a lot of us. I'm concerned about us that are not. And when you say something about it, they get like this attitude. So I'm hoping that people will wake up because it's going to be a point in the time they did let you know that it could be late. I'm not saying that you could not going to say that everyone's going to leave this earth, but if you do not take these superficial, not super, these necessary, it's now necessary. It's not something that it's a necessity that we do this. If you don't take these things into account to prepare, life for us is already hard. It's going to get extremely hard. And I know Black people are resilient, but hunger is something that we ain't dealt with in this generation like that. I don't know how well we would do
No, that's
it.
right.
Hunger and
I
I don't
think
know how
about
we
the
would do it.
children. My thing is that I always think about the children, the babies, how they're going to cope. You got screaming babies; they need their food too. I mean, I'm shocked, not shocked, but I am so surprised that this land is not preparing. That's what's making me fucking nervous. Like years ago, when they thought there was going to be a war, people bought houses and bunkers and basements.
Yep.
So they
Yep. World War II
prepared.
era. Yep.
Yeah, they didn't
They
say nothing.
prepared.
Everybody,
They
the
got ready.
community was prepared. They made sure each neighbor
They was
had
running
this and
bomb
that.
drills, the whole shit. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they made sure they had certain food. They made sure each other was prepared, but that's not happening now, which is very suspicious and I don't know, not normal to me.
Like he said, leave the world behind. We want to say, okay, this is Mike was saying it, and a lot of times I will be amiss. Sometimes you do want to say, no, this cannot be happening. They cannot be doing
Mm-mm.
this, but it's looking like it's right in our face, and we're ignoring it because
No, we can't ignore it
it
because
don't make no sense for your ex president to make no movie like that. That shit. But everybody just
right, that's a
we
slap
so
in the
numb.
face right
Everybody
there.
just went out of it like they didn't see it. It's like, yeah, he made a movie, and people were like breaking it down, but nobody
They
thought.
literally were talking about the Illuminati and cults and shit in the movie.
Yes,
Like it was such a psyops. I mean, if you are initiated, if you know, you peep game, that movie was for you. But the average person just saw that movie and thought, oh, this is interesting entertainment. Oh, the Obamas are behind
yes.
it. Oh, that's cool.
I didn't think that, but I was like, okay, I'm gonna pray about it. Yes, I do pray, but in the same token, I do prepare. But it was like nobody found it alarming. Only a few people found it alarming. Preppers looked at it as, okay, here y'all go. But the average person, a lot of us are numb. I'm not understanding this behavior. To me, when your president, your ex-president does something like that, that should have sent off. But why were we numb? Why were so many people numb? That's strange. Don't y'all find that people are acting strange? They're not reacting. It's like a lot of us are walking around like we nullified to what's going on around us. Like we're making it normal. Like we don't want to see reality. That's also scared me about people because people are like, yeah, that's how people are acting. Don't y'all feel
Mm.
that too?
Yeah, it's picture it this way, Mike. We got a lot of mentally ill people walking the grounds, and I'm serious. And we got a lot of mentally people who have jobs to take care of us, to you know, conduct the trains, to drive the air, to fly the airplanes. I mean,
Yeah.
especially after COVID, and then we have a lot of people who've been injected with a lot of different things. Okay,
Like your
so
pilot wanted to run your plane down. What was up with that?
so anything could happen if you have myocardia, if you have blood clots all of a sudden, if you're feeling dizzy all of a sudden,
Anything.
not just mental
You
illness
wear
but physical
contacts. You
illness.
should have a 6 month supply. I mean, everything. You feel me? Prescriptions, medications. I mean, everything. I mean,
Yeah,
and
six
also if
months
you think about
supply.
it, if you think about it, you should just prepare for whatever wild conspiracy theory that you're afraid of. Because guess what? That wild conspiracy theory is not that far off. Did you guys know when I was learning about the Watts riots, last month or so, I made a live stream about it or whatever, and the homegirl who got killed by the Korean in the store, and then that's what started all the protests and stuff that in conjunction with Rodney King, right? Did y'all know that at that same point in time that the Watts riots were going on, our United States military created a FEMA camp? And they were already ready to imprison thousands of Black Americans and throw them in these camps if the riots continued to get out of pocket.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
mean, it's real interesting here, where y'all want to say, oh, it's a conspiracy. People talking about FEMA camps and Walmart's being converted and blase, 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 and but
Mhm.
no, it has now been unredacted. Y'all can all Google it. They were getting ready to put Black people in LA in fucking FEMA camps, like the Japanese internment camps. The same shit, y'all. The same shit.
But the
Hmm.
Japanese internment camps, they got their paid reparation, not reparations. They got their paid money.
Hmm.
They sure did.
Um, Something is definitely going down, and I think we need to come out of our cocoons, wake up, and smell the coffee into reality. this is not normal, and I don't like the fact that they're not saying nothing.
Right. That's where the suspicion lies.
And
Ain't no telling what's gonna happen, depending on where you are, and especially New York. The rotten fucking apple. Excuse me for cursing on a Sunday, and I can
well, I want y'all
curse
to look up
on
on Google disaster declaration, and it has this whole line of events and what they do. And I'm like, what the hell y'all got this shit up here for like this? It's just a solar eclipse. So this is all put in there, and they ain't went too much into detail with it, but they do have what the disaster declaration entails, step by step, what they do. And a lot of what Mike was saying and everybody was saying, pretty much things will be, resources will be stretched. So you're going to be on your own. So make sure you can handle yourself and your household. Make sure you have emergency contacts and you know what to do. If you're in the East Coast, whatever may happen, I don't know. Hopefully nothing major, but they're talking about imminent. So I'm like, imminent means something is sure to happen. So whatever that is, be prepared as possible. That's for a fact. No time anymore to sit around and act like we're numb.
I would say
They're doing
also,
shit.
I would call the fire department in my city, in my area, and ask them questions too.
Did you hear anything about something? Another cruise line? I mean, another one of them cargo ships losing power again, almost hitting the New York bridge up your area.
No, but I'm sure that was about to. I'm not going to say I'm sure. Let me be
Mhm.
careful what I say. It's
Oh no,
not.
it's fresh. I just pulled it up. They're just making news stories about it 50 minutes ago, 2 hours ago, 4 hours ago. It's real fresh.
Yeah.
Cargo ship loses propulsion near New York's Verrazano Bridge.
Verrazano.
Verrazano. Okay.
What the? See, they're doing this shit again.
A ship near Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York lost propulsion power less than 2 weeks after a Baltimore bridge collapsed after being struck by a ship in a similar situation. And does anybody know what the official death count was on that bridge?
You know what? No, I haven't heard of it
Oh,
Last
because
I
I was
heard,
wondering the same thing.
they said it was at least 6 people who was on the bridge who died. But let me see
The Verrazano
what it's
Bridge,
saying.
it would be 10 times as much more.
that's a big
That was to
bridge.
happen.
That's a bigger bridge.
That's a bigger bridge.
So it says that 4 workers fell into the river when that thing happened in Baltimore. 2 additional victims were recovered from the water 1 day after the collapse. They were found inside a red pickup truck. Damn. What?
They went straight down. They couldn't get
Yeah.
them under that. So if that bridge is that a massive bridge that has a lot of traffic, Shay?
Yes, the Verrazano Bridge. Yes, it does.
What the fuck? This
We
is not
talk about New York and travels. That's what we do. Bridges, bridges, bridges. That's the thing. And plus New York City is really surrounded by water and a bunch of islands. You got the Bronx is a bunch of islands. You got Manhattan, which is an island, Staten Island, Long Island. So, there's bridges all over the place, and that's what we do, to get from point A to point B. And New Yorkers, they go everywhere.
so Verrazano is a massive bridge, and it's a bridge that
Yeah.
is used. Well, they almost hit it. It was another power out. So I'm look.
They almost hit it.
Something is going down. Look, they telling you it's in your face.
But
Nobody,
here's the thing too.
nothing is going on.
Here's
And our
the thing.
government's prepared for it. Our government is prepared for civil unrest. They're preparing their agents for martial law.
For
They're
civil unrest
preparing
is
for
fuck.
many different disasters. Yeah, like they're literally running drills on this on the daily. But the
Mhm.
average person is just worried about their taxes. Come on.
Yep. That's what everybody is focused on. Y'all we're focused on taxes. We're focused on what's going on in Hollywood. Meanwhile, I only knew this because I looked it up and he was like another whatchamacallit went out. And they also a lot of factories that um make a lot of our foods and stuff is strange stuff happening. We have cows that got all of a sudden bird flu. Why the hell a cow got bird flu? So that's your milk, eggs, different things is happening, and they're culling a lot of. I have to say, culling a lot of the laying hens. Different things with your food supply. They've been doing stuff, and
Oh
nobody
yeah.
paid that attention.
Before I forget, also they said salmonella contamination with the biggest egg supplier of the country. Did you hear that, Mike?
No, I didn't even know that.
Yes, look that up, please. I have it. I just can't get to it in my phone.
Salmonella.
Yeah.
Salmonella. Is this like a recent thing on a
Yes,
lot of places
recent
going to happen, or
this
I know,
week.
I know the bird flu is going
see?
around, and there's something going with the
I'm
milk.
talking about the eggs.
Yeah, look up the eggs. They've been culling chickens left and right. So if you look it up on your own time, they've been culling. I say culling, so I want to say they've been deleting chickens by the millions.
Yeah, tomorrow I'm about to try me some fresh duck eggs for the first time. They're supposed to be a little bit bigger than regular chicken eggs, but
Duck eggs. Yeah, let us know how that is. Duck eggs. Wow,
yeah,
that's
I'll let you
different.
know. Yeah,
That's
yeah, I got ducks and turkeys and the whole nine up over here. Yeah, so I'm not seeing anything recently about a salmonella outbreak. Let me put United States
For the
because
biggest, for the United States, the biggest supplier of eggs. Let me see if I can.
biggest supplier eggs US. Okay, I think I got it.
I'm gonna type it in
Is
here.
it safe to eat runny eggs amid the bird flu outbreak? Here's what the experts say. The largest supplier of eggs in the United States have stopped production after chickens at one of its Texas plants tested positive for the highly contagious bird flu, the latest one as a spike of cases across the nation. Um, but what does that mean exactly? And are over easy or sunny side up eggs with runny yolk considered poorly cooked? You see, safely handled and properly cooked eggs is very important. To safely handle eggs, you got to store them in the refrigerator, 40 degrees or colder, to avoid the growth of bacteria. It's saying here that basically, it's saying because of the bird flu outbreak, you should just make sure to make your eggs scrambled instead of sunny side up.
That's
It says
funny.
the whole article is just going into how you should cook your eggs more to produce to limit the bacteria or whatever. In the case of avian flu concerns, eggs should be cooked until both the
Oh,
white and yolk
yes.
are firm, which will
Also
provide
the
an additional
cheese.
layer of safety.
Now the cheese looked jacked up. I did a video on that yesterday. I said, "What the hell? Look, you gotta check your expiration dates." Man, I was like, practically half of the store had was selling expired food. I was kind of shocked at that.
depending on what area you're in. If you're not and you're in a food desert or you're in a place where it's limited supply, you're going to get some.
This place ain't limited supplies. Mm-mm.
Well, and this is also what we should start learning as well, because I'm kind of in one of those places where I'm in the boonies. So when I do go into the city to go to Walmart or something, I've noticed lately I'm buying stuff and it's like 1 to 3 days away from expiration date.
Ration.
Yeah,
And
Exactly.
a couple of days will pass and I'll go to eat it and I'll look at the label and I'll be like, hold on, wait a minute. But actually, I've been looking up some stuff, and certain things are actually okay to eat past their best buy date. Actually, most things are good to eat past their best buy date. Just depending on what it is, it might be okay to go, 3 days past the date, a week past the date, 2 weeks past the date, as long as it's still stored in the fridge. But yeah, apparently the best by date is just more of like a general guideline. And with a lot of things that are still sealed and unopened in the fridge, they can actually go anywhere from like a few days up to a week past their best use date. And when I learned that, I was like, oh damn, I didn't know that. I grew up all my life, and if it's literally the next day, I'm throwing that shit out. And now I've had some chicken salads and some stuff, from the produce section, and I've actually ate it like a day or two or three past the best use date, and it's been perfectly fine. So yeah, the more you know.
okay. So don't be so quick to throw it out. Check it,
Yep.
make sure it's good. But I would look at start looking up this stuff when they're talking about bird flu and cow. We need to be more aware of what's going on with our food and what we eating. And you definitely need
Mhm.
to stock up.
And more specifically, let me read this little paragraph. because I didn't even know this until I started looking into it. The best buy date gives the consumer a deadline for when the product will have the best flavor or quality. Products
Okay.
past their best buy dates should still be safe to eat as long as there aren't any signs of spoilage, but they might just taste a little bit less fresh. So that's
But
all.
here's
It's
the
mostly a
thing.
freshness thing.
You don't buy it at all, Mike. If not, if it's close to the expiration date.
We'll see. So, yeah, traditionally, you don't really want to buy things like that are that close to the date. What I'll do, because I'm frugal and also I don't like spending time to cook and shit, is know how if you go to like the grocery store and you go to like the produce section, know how they'll have like little wrapped sandwiches or like prepackaged, fresh cut sliced fruit or like little pasta bowls and stuff that's like
Mhm.
pre-made or whatever. So those kind of things, if you notice, they'll put like a yellow tag on them or something and
Hmm.
mark them down cheaper if they're close to their best use date.
Right.
And me being frugal, I just noticed that they're marked down for cheaper. So I'll just get a few and then I'll get
Right.
home and be like, oh shit, this says that it's gonna, expire in like a day or two or something. So that's how I learned that the best buy date is just like a general freshness thing. And again, there's different levels to it. Watch. Best Buy versus versus yeah, there's actually there's different levels to this. So there's a best buy date, and then there's a best use date, and then there's the expiration date, and then
Hmm.
there's a sell by date. So the expiration date is what you really don't want to eat
Yeah,
things
you
past the
don't want to eat nothing
expiration
past that
date.
expiration date.
But as far as the best buy or used buy or sell
It's still
by,
pretty
those
cool.
ones have a little bit of variation.
And check
Um,
your stockpile. Go take it from the, what is the date? You take it from the latest. Make sure your latest is pushed to the back and your earliest is pushed to the front. So basically, maneuver your canned goods and your dry goods.
mhm.
Again, look up these preparations and they'll teach you different techniques on how to vacuum seal, can, because everybody don't live the same way. I get it what
Yeah.
Mike is saying. If you live in the country, they feel like they have a better access to survival. I call the preppers in the country and they have farms, the stuck up ones. But if you can't get out the city, you're gonna have to figure out how to hustle where you at. And you're gonna have
If
to
you in the city, you should at least have a stockpile of some canned foods and shit. You feel me? There's so many canned soups and good little protein,
yeah.
little canned stuff you can get. But also, I mean, just as a little budgeting thing, it says here that most grocery stores they do have a clearance food aisle. And when you go to that clearance aisle, like I'll do in the produce section, and I'll get the pre-made sandwiches or the salads or whatever, it's on clearance because it's either past its best buy date or it's coming up on its best buy date. But that's way different than it being expired. Grocery stores will never sell you something that's expired. So, now that you guys are armed with this knowledge, if you do want to save a little bit of money and get something that's close to the best buy date or even a day past it, you know that depending on what it is still good and safe to eat. But that expiration date,
And
that's a whole different thing.
start now. Start now. And with this conspiracy theory, I think we need to start taking it at face value. Um, I'm not saying to panic, but we need to start thinking of more serious survival techniques. If you don't have a pow pow, you need to find out other ways to secure and defend yourself, whether you're walking in these streets or to secure your house. This is something that people should have done as of yesterday. And talk to those who want to listen and hear. I will not waste my time if the person does not want to hear, so you will not get discouraged. But keep in mind, we were told that if you have enough just for yourself, uh, some friends and family you might have to let go.
A whole bunch of people, neighbors, everybody.
You may have to
Yeah.
let go. So therefore, start warning as many people as possible, because it's going to be survival of literally the fittest, and that's mentally. And if you don't have the mental, physical, and otherwise, because a lot of things we just don't talk about because we just feel like, I don't know, they act like it's taboo. A lot of people do. Thank goodness I did talk to some people and they were receptive, but a lot of people were not. And do not let your right hand know what your left hand is doing, especially if that person is not willing to contribute. This don't look too good. That's all I'm saying. These ships just all of a sudden losing power. Sounds like they're breaking down. I don't know. To me, it feels like they're breaking down escape routes or something. I don't know. Escape
Mhm.
routes are trying to clutter up stuff, or and then another thing that I don't think people know about. You may not know about this, Mike. The canal, one of the canals, is running out of water. So the ships used to come through there by, I think it's the Suez Canal. They used to come through there at about 70. Now it dropped down to 35, and I think we're down to 17. And a lot of things are happening with the food supply and different things. Not just the food supply, things just coming into the United States. Weird shit is fucking happening. And now you want to bring them into in these cargo ships. You want to bring them in, and now you want to crash them into bridges.
Mhm.
Coincidentally, they just gonna run up into the damn bridge.
And this
Coincidentally.
is the part where I grab my shotgun and see what these lights are in the back. But you know what? I think I know what that is. It's okay. It's okay. And yes, Pinky, to answer your question, this is the first time I've lived on a farm. It's a little mini farm. It's on like an acre or two. But I mean, even when I was a kid growing up in the suburbs, I mean, my dad had, a chicken coop for us in the backyard, and we had some bunnies that we raised and some birds and stuff. So, even if you're in the city, you can still bring
You
a
the
little bit of that
best.
farm life to you, depending on how inner city you are.
So what made you want to get out of on the outskirts? You saw something coming as a young man to get you and your family out?
No, no. It's just everything I do for money is online. So I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with my content that much, but my channel got fraudulently terminated like May of last year, and
Hmm.
that was my primary source of income. So long story short, I found myself homeless for like a month and a half. Like last what was it, like last November, like November to December or something like that.
So
So
you really was homeless?
oh yeah, yeah, for real. I mean, I'm also a media genius, so I put out that story about myself because I knew all the trolls would run with it, and I'd go mini viral and stuff. But no, I was for real down bad. So when I was bouncing back, just realizing that everything that I do is digital, I was like, you know what, I want to create kind of like a financial moat for myself,
Hmm.
because I was never like a person who had like a huge emergency fund or a bunch of savings, and that's kind of where I went wrong. Like I didn't really have savings or access to credit at the time, so I was just looking for like really cheap places to rent, and cheap places to rent are not in the city where everybody wants to be. So that's how I was able to find the house on the little acre or two, and yeah, it's just extremely cheap rent. I mean, I don't really have any need to go into the city. I'll take an Uber in the city, like once every 2 weeks, go get a massage, hit the restaurant or whatever. But no, I've always liked the outdoorsy lifestyle. I mean, I don't mind not living in the city, and for me, it was just cheap rent. Shoot, I'm paying like 650, and in Portland, Oregon, I'm normally paying a couple G's. So you feel me? It's just a nice little way for me to bounce back for a few months and live below my means.
Did you take your any other family members with you, or you just went by yourself?
What do you mean? Like,
Did you leave them where they were at, or you made sure to say, look, we all need to get out, or you just
well, so most of my family is in Sacramento. So, I mean, I moved away from my family, if anything, and moved up to Portland or whatever. So the only family that I really care for is my son, and he lives with his mom. So, I mean, for the next, couple months or whatever, I can't see him, unfortunately. I mean, it's FaceTime and, seeing him on videos and shit. But no, I don't have like a big family or anybody I gotta look out for. Shit, I just gotta take care of my little man's and his mom. So shit, they good.
okay? So
Yep, yep.
however,
So I'll be making my way back to the Pacific Northwest probably like end of next month or something. But rent's so cheap here and shit, and I like the little farm life and having a little place in Cali. So when I move back to Portland, I'm probably gonna keep this place too. So when
mhm.
I want to come to Cali and visit or whatever, I got a spot.
Yeah, because Kay lives in Cali, but it's expensive out there. I'm like, mm-mm.
I mean, it's only expensive if you're in the cities. I mean, if you're in the boonies, the little cow towns and stuff, I mean, it's cheap because don't nobody want to live there.
Is that better in the aspect that you can get the stuff? Do you definitely need a car?
So yeah, you need a car, especially when you're in the boonies. But I mean, it really comes down to what you do for a living. Because again, if you make all your money on the internet, then it don't matter where you live, right?
Okay.
Whereas if I got a job that's in the city, well, I don't want to live in the boonies because now it's going to be 2 hours to drive into the city type shit. So most people are really limited because of their occupation. So once you start making money online, I mean, I can move to Thailand if I want to and make
In the
YouTube videos.
boonies too, are you like closer to food deserts, or like how you were saying, you make sure you stock up and get all of those things so you can have it, so that if something jumps off, you don't have to worry about going.
Yeah, I just make sure to stock up for one. For two, there is certain stuff like livestock and produce that's here on the property. So, like my landlord, for example, is the one that raises the ducks and the chickens and shit. So, I just went and bought, a dozen eggs for him real quick for $4. So, I mean, $4 for some fresh farm raised animals. I mean, you can't beat it. But I mean, I stock up in general because I kind of live in the boonies. I buy a lot of things on Amazon, a lot of prepackaged meals, canned foods, gallons of water, things like that. When I do go into the city, I do make sure to do a lot of grocery shopping. I'll
Mhm,
make sure to get a lot of frozen stuff, et cetera, et cetera. But
mhm.
just in general, because I'm away from the city, I've got to stock up. So, that's how I'm kind of already being prepared without even thinking about preparedness. So, depending on your lifestyle, you might already have to buy in bulk or do. I mean, I've always had a Costco membership. So, people who got a Costco membership, you already a prepper, right? Everything you buy is large quantities. So,
Right. I would say with people, form a camaraderie, but you have to make sure that person is on your level. You don't want somebody who's just eating off of your shit. That's not
That's
going to
right.
work.
True.
Because if they have something that you don't, and you are all on the same page, y'all can talk about it and see how y'all can like barter between one another. But do not barter with people you do not know. I
Hmm.
would not suggest that. That will put your ass at risk if you do not know what you're doing. Everybody needs to be on the same page when y'all talking about doing certain things in reference to survival. It's different ways that people are talking about how to survive, because I feel like this shit is just a little weird. I didn't want to, and do not try not to do not panic, because panicking will get your ass in a worse situation. But you do need to know what's going on around you. Look up these emergency declarations. Um, I'm gonna look up that zombie apocalypse shit and see if it lines up with what I can do, or what I've already done.
but if I may, you're actually slightly incorrect in the sense that we shouldn't panic. We should panic. We should just know when to panic. For
Right.
those that are in the know, there's a saying. I think it was Warren Buffett who coined it. Be fearful when others are greedy. Be greedy when others are fearful. So when everybody's acting like, everything's all good and the market's going up and everything's going to go to the moon and never go down, that's when you want to be fearful because everybody's being greedy,
Mhm.
right?
So
But
you think
then,
we're being too nonchalant? You think as Black Americans we're being too nonchalant?
I mean, not just in Black men, it's just in general. It's
Right.
just in general. If people are already talking about shit hitting the fan, it's too late. That is not the time to panic. Okay, the
Hmm.
time to panic and prepare is
Is
in the
now.
moments of calm.
Now.
Yeah,
So
it's just 3 days ago. It's a year ago. So as soon as possible, and it's very simple. You can start with stocking up some water. You can start by going on Amazon, buying 3 months, 6 months emergency food rations or whatever. But yeah,
whatever
you
you
have
can
to stock up.
whatever you can afford, dollar store, even though the dollar store somebody said it's going up, whatever is in your pocket range, go and do something. Please don't sit around no more. This is getting strange. No, we're beyond strange. This shit is here. That's what I'm thinking.
And
And
again, you be greedy when others are fearful. When everybody's fearful, running around like Chicken Little, that's when the wolves come out to play. That's when the people are prepared, start cleaning up house and start securing the bag and securing the resources and shit. Come on. For example, if we look at it by way of like stock markets or whatever, right? Um, When the markets crash, that is the biggest transfer of wealth. That's the biggest time that new millionaires are made. That's the biggest time that people, when everything crashes and goes to shit, everything's really just on sale. So if you've been stocking up money, if you've got your ducks in order, you can go up and buy the property for cheap, and go up and buy the businesses for cheap, right? Well, it's the same thing. If everybody's fearful, if the rule of law is gone, police ain't answering, firefighters ain't answering, but guess what? You live in the South, and let's say there's a little clan like militia that gets together and say, okay, the 30 of us, we gonna go secure this warehouse downtown. We know they got these supplies. We gonna go secure this one over here. Then y'all gonna go to this community and start going door to door and collect everybody's guns, their food, their water, blase, blase, blase. And even in an apocalyptic scenario, there are greedy motherfuckers out there cleaning up house, exploiting resources from others. When that Hurricane Katrina shit was going on, there was white militias in the streets going around shooting black folks, rounding people up, stealing people's shit, and the media was complicit. Whenever it was a black
Didn't
family
hear
in the
nothing
news,
about it.
they
You
were
heard nothing about
looters,
it.
right? They were looters if they were black, but if it was a white person, they were survivors who were foraging for food. So, come on now. Y'all
Gotcha.
gotta know when to panic and know when to not.
So don't walk around anymore sitting like, oh, got you. Something is definitely going down, and it's been going down. And I think as Black Americans, we need to open up our eyes to what's going on around us. We're in survival mode, and the immigrants that they have brought here are already in survival mode, and we are kind of lackadaisical, a lot of us. And as Black women, keep your head on the swivel. We can no longer afford to move like how we've been moving. Be mindful when you're going grocery shopping. I've heard 2 summers ago where two elderly women, they didn't say what they were, went grocery shopping, pulled their so this has been going on, pulled their car up to the garage, they got deleted and their groceries were taken. So this has been going on even before we're getting
Did
into
you hear
the
about the squatters who murdered the mother and threw her in a duffel bag?
no.
In New York City, there were some squatters who squatted in some abandoned apartment or whatever. The mom came home. They savagely beat her to death. Her son found her in the closet in a duffel bag.
Jeez.
So if it is modern day
It's
and we
going
still have the rule of law and migrants are illegally squatting and murdering homeowners, then what is going to happen if shit ever hits the fan?
mm,
If we already have the rule of law and we still have road rage shootout incidences, then what's going to happen when there's no rule of law?
hmm. We don't think about that. Because most Black Americans call the
There's no rule
police.
of law, and there's a whole bunch of Dylan Ruths out there, right? It's a whole bunch of little young white boys with AK-47s and M16s and shit, just itching to fuck some shit up, right? So if all this happens with the rule of law intact, oh Lord, what's going to happen when there's no rule of law?
People are going to start doing what they got to do for survival. And that's when you're on your own. Now, the first sense, they said that they may send out what you would call National Guard. It may be something like, what do you call it, martial law? But usually before that occurs, it's always a point of panic before they initialize that, I think. And that's when you, as a person or individuals, would have to know how to batten the hatch.
You're
And so,
right. Before the martial law comes, there is absolute chaos. Those Watts riots lasted for like 3, 4, 5 days, right? I mean,
mm,
these disasters can last for days or weeks before some semblance of control is enacted. So, yeah, whether it's 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, a year, I mean, well, we saw a lot with that COVID-19 pandemic that shit went from, okay, this is going to be a couple months to, okay, 2 years later, 3 years later, we still shut down. So that was a real interesting glimpse. And also, that may also be part of the reason why that COVID-19 situation happened. Think about it this way. Why do all the world's superpowers all of a sudden get on one accord and say there's a mysterious virus and you could have it and not even know you have it because there's something called asymptomatic. So we're just going to globally lock down the world. When have the world's superpowers ever all got on the same page like that globally? And most people don't realize I'm the only one who calls out what was going on. Apparently, y'all got amnesia. But what was happening right before COVID? Citizens around the world were rioting against the global elite. In France, they had something called the yellow vest protest. Motherfuckers were wearing yellow, like construction vests, and taken to the streets. In Hong Kong, there was hundreds of thousands of college kids who were protesting
China
extradition to
taking
China.
over.
Yeah, in the United States, there was police brutality. A new black person was getting killed on social media every other day type shit. Though citizens around the world were banging against the global elite. So guess what? All of a sudden, we've got a mysterious virus coming out of Wuhan.
Damn.
Oh yeah, you know
Yup,
what? We
yup.
do have a COVID-19 facility in Wuhan, but that's not where the virus came from. Somebody was eating some bat soup, and now we got to just shut down everything around the world.
Mm.
So think about it this. Imagine if that was just a drill. If that wasn't just a little drill, a little fire drill, if you will, to say, if we want to lock down this shit globally, how would we do it? How would we enact it? How long can we keep leading people on? How long can we lock them in their house before they go crazy? How long until they take to the streets and start rebelling? How long can we put curfews and say you can't go outside unless you're essential and you can only go to the grocery store? How long will the people let us get away with it? For all we know, that was just one big ass drill, and that drill lasted a couple years, right?
Facts. Hmm.
And thank you guys for participating in this global martial law exercise. Here's a $600 stimulus check.
Mm. $1,200 stimulus, $1,400 stimulus checks. They was giving everybody all of this stuff. Now all of a sudden, we're giving all of this stuff to
Here's your check for being a crisis actor. You didn't even know you were a crisis actor. Oh wait, this was real. You weren't acting. We really locked your ass down. Here's a little check for you. Thanks for being a part of this drill. Brought to you by Uncle Sam and China and Russia. And come on, how does the global superpowers all get on the same page overnight about this shit? Think about it this way. If this was really some mysterious virus that came out of China, y'all really think our United States government would let that shit happen? We got CIA everywhere. We bugging everything. If anything, there ain't been a terrorism act that's happened that we haven't had direct involvement in. If you just really want to call a spade, every terrorist that we've ever fought against was once an ally of ours, somebody we trained, whether we're talking about Osama or bin Laden or anybody in between. So you really think the United States is going to allow a mysterious virus to come from a foreign nation that could kill us, that did kill millions of people? No, we wouldn't allow no shit to happen like that. That was a psyops. Everybody was in on it but us.
And now all of a sudden they bring in a bunch of illegals to replace workers and give them all of this money. What stage and forum is this? What game are they playing with this one? Things that make you go, But however, whatever they're doing,
imagine this is a video game, and we say, how do we enact civil unrest? First of all, they follow a Hegelian dialect: problem, solution, order out of chaos. They manufacture a problem because they come with the answer, and that answer gives them more control, right? When 9/11 happened, we had the Patriot Act and a bunch of acts passed that gave them crazy fucking control that they've never had before. So imagine this. If you're playing a video game and you want the populace to have civil unrest, what do you do? Well, you know what? We just saw it in a movie, right? All you got to do is make the cell phones not work and drop some pamphlets in a foreign language, right? Civil unrest. All we got to do is make some boats lose power and crash into some places and make a couple planes fall from the sky. Civil unrest. Oh, wait. We open up the borders. and we allow all these criminals and migrants and
Mhm.
third world
Civil
people to come
unrest.
through, and then we have a natural disaster, and those people create all kind of crime and chaos and dissension. Oh, now we have
Civil
civil
unrest.
unrest.
Go from extreme left to extreme right. Because they're like, and then the funny thing about it is, if anybody's paying attention, they're the very people who are helping them are also showing it on our news, showing you how they're attacking the cops, showing you and telling you how things are going on where they're squatting and robbing people and naming names of people who are actually getting deleted.
Shoplifting, riding around on illegal mopeds, unregistered,
How
fake
we giving them
papers,
money,
raping people, mugging people.
raping people.
Yes,
Yep.
yes. If we wanted to lock down our border, we could have been did that. Why does Uncle Sam want all the dangerous migrants here? There's only one answer. He want to cause some shit. Because guess what? This doesn't affect everybody. The elite, the 1%, the upper middle class, the upper class, they're not impacted by that. The migrants are going to the poor neighborhoods. The migrants are going where the black folks are. Ain't nobody on Rodeo Drive worried about no migrants. Ain't nobody in Manhattan worried about no migrants as they're in Billionaires Row in a skyscraper. So when you look at what's going on and you say, why would our government let this happen? Who is it impacting? Dang.
Poor neighborhoods, poor communities who don't stand up to the corruption in their homelands. Hmm. We got some things to think about, Black Americans and Black women. We really need to talk with our families in our community about how communities on how to make a change. But start in your own personal home. This is no longer something that's happening by happenstance, and we can no longer just sit around and act like nothing is happening. Uh, it's time for us to get more prepared than what we've been doing before. We've been, I don't know. I feel like a lot of ways people are lackadaisical. I don't know if it's a feeling of I don't want to deal with that because people are going through financially, and it's something where they just don't want to cope with that type of scenario, and other things are going on. But it's time for us to wake up, and you need to have these pertinent conversations in your with your individual families, or if you're by yourself, figure out ways on how to not only survive but thrive, because it's not when it happens, it's not if it happens, it's when it happens. I feel like something, we all know something is happening. America has changed as we know it. That's a fact. And we can't just walk around lackadaisical no more. I get it, but try to wake up and do better. The border should have been locked and key destroyed since 2001. And we have no idea if some of us are going to get the infamous Trump in office. I'm hoping we can make it to elections, but with all of this crazy stuff that's happening, they're really trying not to allow that to happen. So keep that in mind too. I've never seen such um crazy stuff going on when a person is trying to run
Again, a part of the psyops.
to be a
Donald
president.
Trump is best friends with the Clintons. All these niggas are best friends for decades. All these niggas
That is
behind closed
true.
doors
That is
are
true.
going to the same parties. They all meeting up on Epstein's Islands together. They all a part of it. This called political theater for a reason. They get on stage and okay, listen, Clarity. I need you to pretend to be against this, and I'm gonna pretend to be for it. Okay. I'm gonna say that we can't let no migrants in, but you're gonna enact sanctuary cities. But at the end of the day, we know it's all part of the plan. Donald Trump. The reason why we had a Donald Trump was because of this fact alone. Donald Trump was propped up to be a presidential candidate. Why? Because people were losing interest in our political system by and large. My generation, the next generation, people really aren't even voting, like don't even really care about the political process like that. But god damn it, if we got a wild card like Trump and everybody says he'll never win and then he wins, but wait, he's so
Mhm.
racist though, but wait, he's not racist though, but okay, we got him out. He caused an insurrection, right? Civil war, but wait, he didn't, and he's gonna run again. This is all part of the game to make you invest it in some artificial shit that we really don't care about like that. Are y'all really worried about who the president is? Is he really impacting our day-to-day life like that with his policies, with the taxation? Yes, to a degree, yes. But the whole point of this Donald Trump type shit is to get us invested in the political process. Before a Trump, the whole political process was really dry. It was waning. We were already used to the same hype, the same person going to give us some false promises, and then when re-election comes up, he's going to say, okay, I know I didn't give you everything I said, but listen, I'm going to do better. Give me 4 more years. We all knew what was up, so they had to shake it up and give us some wild card. Give us some grab him by the pussy person who just says it like it is. I mean, come
Mhm.
on, it's all the same thing. Presidents are selected, not elected. Come on now. We already know about the Congress. What is it? The Electoral College. But what about the electoral colleges we don't know about? What about the conglomerates that are sending lobbyists to wait outside their doors to offer them vacation packages and millions of dollars under the table? I mean, come on. A president is what at the end of the day? If you've been in business, if you've been in corporate America, you know that the president of a country is not the CEO. He's
He's
not the
the puppet.
founder. The president is just the fall guy. He's the face of the organization. He's the puppet. He's the person when there's some scandal, he got to go and do the press conference. He's the person when there's some good shit going on, he got to go around and say, hey, we doing some good shit. The president is just the cheerleader for the organization. That's it. That's all.
So you don't do you vote?
I vote locally. I've never voted nationally a day in my life. Locally, I've been a part of city management academies, city planning academies. I've worked with local city council. I was a part of the Kappa League while I was in high school. We got the first black sheriff in Sacramento elected. I mean, so there's a lot of things I do on a local level, but on a national level, no, because when I was a teenager, I was a part of the problem. I was working for political think tank research forums, and what was I paid to do? I was paid to mind fuck people every time election season comes around. So when you're a part of the programming and you're a part of the mind fuckery, you realize on a national level, your vote don't mean a goddamn thing. What's more important, my singular vote or me having millions of dollars to influence how millions of people vote? That's the national level. At the local level, oh yeah, know who your city council member is, vote for new ordinances and everything. But at national level, that's big money. That's a rich man's game right there. But of course, they have to make you feel invested in it, and they have to sway you to vote a certain way because this is democracy, I guess. Instead of having a dictatorship, they spend billions of dollars in CIA research on convincing you to vote for this person because guess what? The other option is just so damn bad, right?
Mhm. So
You,
you're
you,
not one of the ones who don't
you
believe
only
not
have two
voting at
options,
all.
right? You
Mhm.
only have two options, right? Well, I
Correct.
choose a third option, the couch.
You
and
choose
and,
the
wh- and while I choose the couch, they go crazy and they do the P Diddy type shit and try to convince you vote or die. Do y'all remember when P Diddy was running around telling black folks vote or die? He's putting into our subconscious that we will die if we don't participate in the election cycle. Look how important our participation is.
Now I'm the opposite. I believe we should vote. I do. I do vote locally, and I do believe we should vote for the top. But you sound like my son in the aspect what you were saying. You're a millennial because he's in his 30s, his early 30s. He sound
Yeah,
like cool to
I,
me.
I I just turned 29, so I don't know if I'm a millennial or Z or
Yeah,
Y or
you're a
what it is.
millennial.
But
Yeah, he's 30, 32.
on a national level, it's about convincing millions of people to vote a certain way. And most people don't realize the power that they have abstaining from the national voting process entirely. Because if more black people voted for the couch, then guess what would happen? For us to vote for something other than the couch, you'd have to actually give us tangibles. You're not going to give us option A or option B, and both options are going to give us false promises. No, because we'll choose to abstain from the process altogether. And when you abstain from the process has no power.
So that's what y'all. We have a person who's on a live who believes that the cool man. but a lot of us as a collective, it looks like it is what you're saying.
Look how
People,
fucked up they got black folks. They got us literally. Who was the motherfucker that said if you don't vote for me, you ain't black?
that
Who
was
was it? Was it Biden or was it Hillary?
you're not getting anything. It was on Biden.
So again,
He
they got
said
black
we're not
people.
getting anything if we don't vote.
They got
I
black
believe we're
people
gonna
so
vote.
fucked up that they basically make black people think that our only option is to vote Democrat. Why? Because Republicans are supposed to be racist.
Right.
So look how by default, when we say, oh, well, our vote matters, by default, they've conditioned us to just vote Democrat.
I say do not be collected to one party. We should not be loyal to any party. We should vote for the policies that will work for us as a people. I am voting. I believe in voting. I've always voted at the top, except for 1 year. I did not vote for neither Trump or Biden, but I will be voting this year. So I do believe in voting. Definitely do not sit on the couch. You need to make sure you participate in the local level, like Mike was saying. You do need to at least do that if you are not sure of who you want to vote for. I would say definitely don't vote for Biden. Don't do it. But you do need to vote and
Well, if you're
participate
not
on your
voting for
local
Biden, then
level.
you're voting for Trump, right? And if you're a black person and you're saying you're voting for Trump, well, now you're a Thomas Sowell Coon sellout, right? So look how they got
I'm gonna
us
be the
trapped.
coon. I'm gonna be the coon sellout because I'm a vote. But you should definitely vote local. Because some people saying don't vote at all, Mike, just sit on the couch and don't participate at all. And I don't think that's a good idea when you have to work for your local aspect. Because some people take that, just sit on the couch, don't participate, then will complain because they didn't answer them 2 to 4 questions
No,
about
no, I'm
how.
talking on a national level.
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying
these,
if black people
I
got
get
on
what the
code and if at least one election year we held our vote hostage, then we would have much more bargaining chips when it comes to actually getting some shit done. Pinky asked a very good question. Or maybe it was a statement. It wasn't a question. Pinky says, you not getting anything, not voting. To that, I ask you, what are you getting when you vote? Said, tell me what tangibles, what you have got voting nationally for a president. Oh, wait, you voted and you got Obama in office? What did Obama do for black people? I'll wait. I won't hold my breath, but I'll wait. So again, I'm not saying you should never vote nationally, but I'm saying we've been hoodwinked, we've been bamboozled into a option A or option B, and we got to choose Democrat because the other part is this or that. And if we just withheld our vote for 1 year, if we got all on one code, just like civil rights when we was boycotting shit, right? If we just boycotted, abstained from the national voting process for 1 year, and they saw that black folks did not vote for nobody, then when the next time comes around, I think we got some more chips to bargain with. Because as of right now, they know if they want to get black people to vote for them, all they got to do is do some meet and greets with some rappers and go to some churches and say you carry hot sauce in your purse. And if you don't vote for me, you're not black. And now you've got a black person's vote, right?
I agree with you on everything that
If
you're
you're
saying on
half
everything,
Jamaican and you're
but
half
I'm voting.
Indian and your name is Kamala, all you have to do is say, hey, y'all, I went to an HBCU, and now you got to vote, right?
I agree with everything you're saying, but the whole aspect in voting, I believe we should vote. Vote. But you need to be cognitive of who you voting for. But I do appreciate the fact that you said you do need to do something local because we got some people who say, no, they ain't participating at all. And I think that's just crazy. I think that's crazy, especially if you don't participate in nothing in your community to make that change. That's off the
I think it
chain.
needs to be the reverse. I think so many people get hoodwinked with voting on a national level that they abstain from voting on local things. And if anything, things that have a
That's
much
very
more
important.
impact on you as local, knowing who
Fact,
your council member is, knowing what ordinances they pass in, what new developments are going up in the
fact.
city, it's way more important for you to be part of your local city voting process than on a national level. Because on a national level, them folks gonna do whatever the fuck them folks gonna do. Come on now. On a
Fact.
local level, I got a whole lot more influence and control though.
Yep. I think Black Americans should definitely If you don't want to get engaged nationally, you better be engaged locally. And I don't feel like a lot of Black Americans are. They do the national, and then all of a sudden they forget about the primaries, forget about your local elections.
They don't even know
Look,
when city council meetings are coming
exactly.
up. They don't even know a new building's being built until they see construction going on. They don't know nothing that's going
They
on
don't
in
know
the
what's going on
city.
with their kids' schools. They don't know how much taxes have been implemented. None of that. You should be fully engaged locally. Fully engaged locally. And I think that's something that Marcel Dixon was urging Black Americans to do. And we are very, very lethargic in participating in those areas. So I will personally vote both locally and nationally. But if you're gonna vote for Biden, don't vote. Don't vote nationally. Don't do it. But whatever you do, whatever your choice is, because I do agree to participate. I like that portion where Mike is saying that locally you need to get your ass off the couch and do what you have to do in your community. But the first change begins locally if you want there to be a massive change with your life and your community and where you live at. We can no longer just put politics and policies aside as if they're not important. And Black Americans are very, very um I'm trying to be fuck being nice. We lazy on that aspect. We need to get it together. And then we'll complain about what's going on in our schools, what's going on in our communities. Like he was saying, you don't even know they charging you for certain things half the time. And that's when Black people complain. You don't know when they're gonna erect the bar that's in your neighborhood, and you're like, when the hell that happened? They were talking about it at the last meeting and you weren't there.
Your kid comes home from school and says, "Mama, we can't go in the gym no more because they just turned it into a migrant shelter." And God damn it, there was quite a few city council meetings you could have been present at, but but you wasn't focused on that, right? So yeah, there's so many things locally that most people don't peep game on, and you know what? I'm just a bit callous when it comes to the national thing because again, I've worked on senators' campaigns, I work for political research think tanks, and when you're behind enemy lines, seeing the fuckery and the psyops and stuff, I mean, part of you just want to abstain from it totally. But when you see how
Right.
much our community is being hoodwinked into either voting for option A or option B, and neither option is a good option, I mean, that's why I say maybe we should look into boycotting and getting some power back because as of now, I mean,
For real.
what power do we have? The black vote is so powerful, but the black vote is so easily bought and paid for, right? I mean, all they got to do is go to the
We've been
church,
doing the first
go
60
to some
years, do the
rappers.
same thing for 60 something years.
Yeah,
Chicken
it's
wings and
just sad.
fish fries and hot sauce and buck dancing.
And in actuality, black folks historically, we were conservatives. We were not Democrats. Black folks right now, present day, most of us have conservative values. Most of us aren't that liberal if we actually know about politics and know what it means to be
Mhm.
Democrat and be liberal and shit. Most of us are highly conservative within our own household. So yeah, it's a very, very interesting psyops where we got option A or option B, but they don't tell you that both options are best friends, childhood best friends, grew up family friends, grew up going to summer camp together, grew up pledging to the same secret society fraternities and shit. All of them are best buds, but they get on stage and put on a front when it's time to control the population.
Hmm. That's a good thought pattern.
Donald Trump said that no, that Bill Clinton for years told him he should run for president.
Bill Clinton told him this.
Bill Clinton, or excuse me, Donald Trump and the Clintons have been family friends for decades. So
I
in
do know.
modern
I do
day,
know that. And their daughters
yes,
are
yes.
very good friends.
So in
I know.
modern day, Donald is slam dunking on Hillary and oh fuck you, Hillary, you old. But they just put him on an act. Come on, it's no different than I was a part of the music industry for a brief point in time, and being a part of that LA music scene, you learned a lot of the shit that really goes on. Do you know that most of these rap beefs are manufactured. Most of these rap beefs, they say, hey, brother, let's start beefing with one another to cause traffic, to boost our numbers, to boost our album sales. It's a fucking psyops. It's going on right now. Ain't Kendrick supposed to be rap battling J. Cole and they supposed to be beefing and shit? It's just a part of the psyops to run game and boost their profit. So when you see the Democrats versus the Republicans, but you know that secretly behind closed doors, they're all buddies. They're all getting paid by the same lobbyists. They're all going on the same retreats. They're all going to the same Bilderberg meetings and Epstein Islands and shit. So why are they mortal enemies only when it comes time for election season?
It's like my son was saying, they're given that package to act out a certain script. Like Cat Williams was saying, they're given a package. I'm hearing that more. It's like a package. This is what you're going to do.
Exactly. These are the talking point, and these are multi-year plans. This was planned 10 years ago. Okay, so after Obama, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna go back to the Democrats, and then we're gonna go back to this, and then we're gonna do that. But guess what? No matter who's in office, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, the bottom line is still being pushed. Whatever the agenda is that the people who really run the country, who you never see, you never hear of, right? I mean, they'll tell you about the billionaires on Forbes list. What about the trillionaires who not on Forbes list, right? So the people who really run the shit, they make sure no matter who the presidential puppet is, we're still moving course with the same plan that we enacted. That's it. That's all. But to get people to go along with the plan, you have to keep them fearful. You have to keep them in a state of chaos, and that's all they're doing. They're keeping their people easily malleable and in fear, and they're doing it in more ways than one. A threat of civil war, race tensions, a migrant crisis, a class warfare. The list goes on and on and on. I mean, I was a child when I read what is it? Orwell's 1804, 1864, some shit. I mean, hey, I was reading some crazy books as a kid, but then when I become an adult and see those books that were labeled science fiction become reality, I say, oh, wait a minute. Oh, so that's what's going on. Come on.
No pinky vote. You have to do what's best for you. But these are theories, and these are the way that our millennials, a lot of them think, which is not a bad thing. A lot of them are ahead of the game on certain things.
And again, I never said don't vote. I said we should all get on page. The only thing that we've ever done to enact civil change or civil rights or any progression has been boycotting. That's the only thing that has successfully worked. Saying, guess what? We're not going to ride your bus. We're going to walk. Guess what? We're not going into work today. Guess what? We're going to sit over here and we're not going to move. The only thing that has actually successfully worked is abstaining from certain commerce or industries or processes. That's the only thing that's worked for us. So if we all got on board and said, okay, we're going to vote for and we don't even have to do it. If we just got on code and just threatened it and just made it a really good bluff and made them folks really think that black people were not going to vote for anybody unless they had reparations on the table, unless they had some tangibles ready for us, then God damn it, they'd actually start doing some things for our community.
And we're not on code. We're not on code. We're not on code. We're not going to get on code. We're still learning a lot about a lot of the lies and stuff that we've been told to as Black Americans. So we're not on code with that. But if we can at least get on code with doing what we have to do locally, and now people are starting to see the psyops in the game with the Chicago and seeing what's going on and how we can't no longer just take things for granted and figure that they're going to do the right thing, that we have to actually get involved. Because that situation that happened with Chicago is the mayor and the governor that they picked. So that was local. And that's the same thing with New York.
Even some things with New York are local. The New York mayor, I don't even know how this was legal. He did some straight up mobster type shit. Peep game. He did a no bidding contract with a financial institution, right?
Mm-hmm.
To give the migrants $1,000 a month on Visa debit cards. But wait, there's more. Check this out. The financial institution that's giving the migrants the $1,000 on the cards, that financial institution is going to make hundreds of millions of dollars doing this because of all the fees and blase, right?
Wow.
It's just like Obama phones. Obama said we're going to give niggas free phones, but really the cell phone carriers was making a bag because they were the ones supplying the phones. Well, the financial corporation that's facilitating the debit card distribution, they're going to make millions off this. And normally there's a bidding process. Normally the mayor or the government would say, hey, we have a contract. Who's going to bid for it? We're going to look at the bids that are submitted, and whoever is the best option, we're going to go with. So the fact that the mayor, I think his name is Adams or something, the fact that he negated the bidding process and just gave this contract to some financial corporation to give the migrants the money, tell me that wasn't some insider trading backdoor deal type shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
So again, there's big money behind this migrant stuff. I did a live stream where we learned there was a man who owned a furniture shop who was putting migrants in bunk beds in the basement. He was charging them $1,000 deposit, $600 per month. $1,000 deposit, $600 per month. He had like 30 migrants in 2 different locations, so a total of like 60 migrants times 600 a month. How much is that, y'all?
You had
How
one
much
who
is
had
that?
the storefront. You had the one with the storefront, and he had 75 migrants and 300 and something
Mans
dollars.
was making up to
They
$36,000 a month.
making money loading people in their houses and in their storefronts. He was making big cash. He was making like
$36,000 a month. Oh my, big money. And guess what happens when he gets caught? He cries and says, "Oh, they're just hardworking migrants. I just wanted to help with the crisis." He don't even get no criminal cases. He don't get no restitution. He's ordered to pay no nothing. So again, there's big business behind this migrant thing.
One of them was an immigrant himself.
He was, yeah, he was an African immigrant. Yeah, it was the dude who had 2 locations in Bronx or Brooklyn.
Oh,
2
because I
furniture
thought he had
stores.
75 in both.
Yes.
Oh, he had
Yeah, he
2
was
locations.
making up to $36,000 a month. He charged them $1,000 for a deposit, $600 per month. He had 30 at one location, 25 or 30 at the second location. He was making up to 36 G's a month tax free.
Wow. I wonder how long he had him in there.
Before he, oh no, they said it was at least 6 months. They said that the neighbors were complaining about the mopeds and about the migrants coming in and out for several months before they finally shut him down. So
And
he was
that's the
getting away
one they
with it for
found.
several
So how
months.
many they didn't find? So people are making money off of this shit.
Yeah, this is big business. Yes. Imagine all the business owners who are hiring illegals who they know are illegal and they know their paperwork is illegal, but their paperwork is good enough so that if I get audited, I can say, well, look, he gave me papers. I didn't know the papers are fake. So I'm a business owner and I'm going to hire illegal immigrants because guess what? I can cheat you out on your pay. I can treat you however the fuck I want. I can pay you way less than minimum wage because guess what? I'm gonna threaten to call ICE otherwise. So yes, there's big business. The sister earlier was talking about the largest egg manufacturer had salmonella poisoning. There was huge manufacturers in Texas and shit who they did an audit and they found that dozens of their workers were undocumented. They found some of their workers were underage and undocumented. How you telling me you got employees that are under 18, you got kids working in the factories and shit, and you don't know about it? Okay. So yes, this is huge business in Mexico. Huge business. The coyotes are getting paid thousands of dollars to drive the people to the border and take them through where the hole in the fence is. A lot of these Chinese people and Africans take a flight to South America, and then there's a whole economy of hotels and Uber drivers and people that are making big money transporting people through South America to the Mexico-US border. This is big money. Come on. And then the politicians care about what? Having people vote the way they tell them to vote. So guess what? I'm going to do all this shit for you, migrant. And at the same time, they're trying to pass laws to where migrants can vote. Look it up. In New York City, they're proposing a bill that said migrants can participate in the political process even though they're not citizens. In San Diego, they're looking into a program where migrants can become police officers even though they're not citizens. So what are we talking about here? This is big business.
And Ukrainians were the one driving that ship, supposedly. Allegedly, Ukrainians. That's what I couldn't understand with that.
Dang.
How were they coming from Ukraine, or were they Ukrainian workers who worked in the United States on that cargo ship that hit that bridge? Inquiring minds need to know. Things are definitely changing, and control the things that you can control, and be aware of the things that are around you. America is rapidly changing for the worse, not the better. And I'm hoping, I'm being optimistic about this voting process, but in the back of my head, I will agree that things are not just left up to a vote. That is a fact. And if we're thinking that now as Black Americans, we're sadly mistaken. We've been going through too much as a people to think that things are just dependent on a vote. We need to be more active in what's going on around us, but especially in our communities, and realize that this government has never had it good resolve when it comes to us. That's a fact. They've never looked out for our best interests, and we have never gotten anything. Anything that we do as Black Americans always benefit everyone else. And we're not immigrants. We are true Americans. But everything we do, everyone literally eats off of us and benefit from it at an astronomical rate. So we need to be more mindful of what's going on with us in our communities. And if you're in these communities that are affected with this migrant situation at an astronomical rate, I hope that you can wake up a lot of your constituents. Pinky has given up on a lot of folks, and we will stop doing the same thing, which is voting the same thing, Democrat, Democrat, Democrat. And please stop letting racism trigger you to keep voting Democrat. Look at your politicians and your local people and see what they're doing in your area and participate. Because if you don't, a lot of you want to get caught up in many ways, more than possible, more than you can imagine. And I see that happening with a lot of us. I'm hoping that a lot of us as Black Americans can push out of this stuff. I'm really praying and hoping that, but I'm seeing where a lot of us just seem to be. I see good changes, though. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to be pessimistic. I do see a lot of change in Black Americans on certain things where we're getting more engaged. But I also see that we're distracted as a community, and I'm just concerned about the Black community with dumb shit. And I wish we would come out of that to know that we've been here long enough to know that they always distract us with dumb shit. So when they're doing that dumb shit and they have to bring up something so massive, we have to always keep our head on the swivel and say, okay, if they're doing this over here, what the fuck are they doing over on this side? Because it's more important what they're probably doing behind us, on the side of us, versus what's in front of our face. So I think we need to start thinking like that as Black Americans, and we could probably catch on to the bullshit before it gets out of hand, or at least be aware before it just hits us in the face like a bowling ball. We have to start being more cognitive thinkers, because they've been lying to us and just constantly doing all kinds of trickery and bullshit to our people since we've been here. You would think by now we would be more flexible and more ambidextrous on how we move to say, okay, this is what they're doing now, but look at what's going on in the front, back, and so we just have to get more involved. I'm hoping that's what we could do. Yes, celebrity gossip, more important to Black Americans than immigrants taking over their cities. A lot of us as Black Americans are acting like, with the exception of Chicago and New York, if we're not affected by it, we'll sit by and say, well, it ain't happening to me, so it's oh well. And I feel like that's a dangerous way to think. Like Mike was saying, and I would say as well, I would agree. We need to be in panic mode. Panic mode where you're going out there and doing what you have to do to get ready, and being more aware of what's going on in your communities. Yes, be aware of what's going on with the elections at the top, but you definitely need to know what's going on in your cities and your local communities, because this is where this stupid stuff happens. Because if you elect your mayor, your governor, these are the ones who report to your president and do this bullshit that affects you in your everyday life. Get involved. You cannot just sit on the couch and not be involved, because we had this conversation with the cool man. Do not sit your ass on the couch. Participate locally. If you don't want to participate nationally, you should participate locally. Do not just sit back and let your vote go idly by. And just think of see what's going on around you. We can no longer afford to just be lackadaisical and figure they're gonna do what's best by us, because they never have. We have to change up. This is a wee bit much. And as Black women, move differently. And a lot of us, I know for me, I've been going to the gym. I stopped for a minute, but you need to get in shape, take some self-defense classes. Cause they letting a lot of dudes across their border, and some of them is horny as a toad. And some of them are coming here with a ratchet attitude. So we need to, if you can afford to, figure out ways to know how to defend yourself, and be mindful when you're going shopping. My girlfriend was parked her car to work, and she said she found a tissue right where she go to pull the handle. Luckily, she saw it before she put her hand there. People doing some strange shit to get you before you get in your car. And the other things have been reported where they're like marking people's car with what do you call it, those bread tags. Different things have been going on, so be mindful. But I've heard about this going on online, but it really got to me when she said tissue was in her door handle, but she didn't touch it. She in time enough basically pushed it down and opened her car door, and she did call the cops, and they took a report on it. But you need to be mindful to don't just open your handle. Be mindful what you're doing as you go to your car, from your car, when you're going to work. It's a lot of things that you need to read up on, because things, again, as Black women, and a lot of us are single, and some of us are married. When you're going out with your kids, be mindful how you're walking around. Even when you're with your husband or your spouse or your children, be mindful what you're doing, because again, strange things are happening, and we can no longer take our everyday life for granted. And on that note, it's 2:09. Michelle TV came by. Usually we had a good lady here.
Hey, I said I was going to identify as a woman for 5 minutes, but it turned into an hour. So,
2 hours. So we had Michelle on the panel, Shay on the panel. Kay probably fell asleep. She was fasting for her
well,
Ramadan.
hey, since this is a channel catered towards women, and we always want to give some practical guidance. Let me speak on, as we close out, what's the best thing women can do and what's the worst thing women can do. The best thing that a woman can do, like you said, maintain her health, learn new hobbies and skills that are centered on self-reliance, know how to defend yourself and your family, and start stocking up. I mean, women in general, the traditional woman, at least, supposed to have a pantry, how to do a little bit of canning and a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But that's the best thing you can do. The worst thing you can do as a Black woman, you know what I'm gonna say, Clarity?
What are you gonna say, Mike? Oh Lord, what are you gonna say, Michelle?
The worst thing you can do as a Black woman is go to Africa. Especially as a single Black woman. Oh Lord, oh Lord.
Do not go
Oh,
to
Lord.
Africa.
You're gonna end up dead in 6 months. Some nigga gonna scam you. Your business gonna get robbed. Your property's gonna get stolen. Black women do not go to Africa, especially by your damn self, let alone at all. Just
Do
don't
not
do it.
go to Africa. So on that note, Shay, what do you got to say? We heading out. Shay Money.
Shay Money, what's up, y'all? This is Shay in the house. Now, you know what I was thinking about, which is very suspicious too, y'all? The
Mhm.
hospitals, the nurses, I mean, the clinics. I haven't heard even anything from them.
What do you
Like,
mean?
they're not really panicking. They're not really prepared either. Did y'all know that?
I know
Like,
we're running out of a lot of things. I know we're very short in the United States on amoxicillin. I know we're very low on that. I don't know if they retain more of that on
yeah, like
penicillins and stuff,
okay, so they said
and
there's a
medicine,
spread of
more medicine and
meningitis.
stuff.
There's a spread of meningitis going around, and if you know someone who has it, let your doctors know so they
What?
can prescribe you with some antibiotics. I wonder if y'all was to go to your doctor, call your doctor, say, listen, I've been in the room with somebody who had meningitis.
What even
And
is meningitis? What is that? I've heard of it, but is that a respiratory thing? Is that like the flu? Like, what is meningitis exactly?
they said it really is spreading and it's spreading bad. That's what they said.
I know they got this new it's all kinds of virus.
Mononucleosis.
Yeah, I heard
So
about that.
Hold up, I'm gonna look it up. But
look all that
meningitis
stuff
is an
up.
infection and inflammation of the fluid and membrane surrounding the brain and the spinal cord. Damn,
What?
these membranes are called meninges. The
Oh, I
inflammation
know
from
what that is. That's
meningitis
bad. That's bad.
typically triggers symptoms such as headaches, fever, and a stiff neck. Damn,
That's bad.
swelling and
Oh, I don't know why
inflammation.
that didn't click me. My daughter had viral meningitis. If you have bacterial meningitis, it will end you quick. And they don't have no type. Are we running out of medications for that? That's
They
deadly.
said if you've been around someone, just let your doctor know they're supposed to treat you. Now, because you mentioned medication and antibiotics. Now, the
We're
thing
out of
is,
we're low
I
on
would tell
amoxicillin.
y'all to go to your doctor and say, look, I think I've been around someone with that. The doctors usually will say, okay, I'll give you a prescription now. They'll be like, I don't think so. You have to get some paperwork from the CDC, from the health department. That's
Yeah,
reported through the health department. No, everything is not damn it reported. Give us the fucking antibiotics. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
right. Juanita Smith said she did have bacterial meningitis as a child. She was in a coma for a few weeks. So yeah, that one, if
Wow.
you get bacterial, it is bad. Cause I couldn't think meningitis. I'm sorry, I was so tired. Yeah, my daughter had viral. If you get bacterial and you feel that you have that, get your ass to the hospital immediately. You have only a matter of time. If you going, it will take you out of here. Or if you do survive it, you fucked up when you come out of it. It does affect the brain and brainstem. It's bad. They will quarantine you quick. I didn't know that was on the spread. That's spreading.
Yes, that is spreading.
Oh
But
my god.
here's the thing, that's if you think you've been around someone, or if you know if you've been around someone, your doctor's supposed to prescribe you antibiotics.
I will say the best way to find out about it, because how I knew with my daughter, I knew about the symptoms. Read up on it. If they're spreading, that is deadly. It's not good. And they will treat the viral like the bacteria because they can't tell which one is which. The first thing you'll sign, if someone tells you, especially your child tells you, I can't move my neck, my head hurts, get them out the house, get them to the hospital immediately. That's how I was able to get my daughter, and immediately they took them back. So that is nothing to play with. She kept saying, Mommy, I can't move my neck. It's the same thing with you. If you feel like you having a shake, shivers, you have a headache, you cannot move your neck to the left, or you are in extreme pain, call an ambulance quick. You only have a matter of time. My son's sister lost her brother like that. You only have a matter of time before it spreads. It is bad. I didn't know that was spreading. That's out again.
Yep,
Gee,
that is out again. There's 17 different
we
diseases
are low
that
on
are out.
antibiotics.
Oh, wait, hold on, wait a minute. It says meningitis is transmitted through droplets of respiratory or throat
Air,
secretion. So you can get
Yeah,
it just like COVID or the flu or the cold.
yes, yes,
right?
it's very
That's
bad.
right.
Oh,
This one
hell no.
is not good. So don't sit there and you be like, God damn motherfucker, I can't move my neck. Get your ass up. Cause you may go down and you ain't getting up. It takes you
Damn.
out like that. It is bad. It is bad. It starts to attack your respiratory system really quickly. So if you feel that, I don't care if if you think something is up, you can tell. They said it's a hard time moving your neck. Some people mistake it as a simple cold or flu, but that neck, you can't move your damn neck and your head is hurting. Get someone to get you out immediately. That's bad.
So Shay, I'm not sure where Shay was talking about the outbreak being, or if it was national, but I found that the Virginia Department of Health is saying that Virginia,
Virginia.
specifically at
Yes.
least, is having an outbreak. The first case was reported in June 2022, and the outbreak was declared in September 2022. The same strain has since been detected in Central South. Hold on, I'm just going to read this from the beginning. The Virginia Department of Health is responding to a statewide outbreak of meningococcal disease caused by the bacterium Neisseria meningitis serogroup Y. The first case was reported in June 2022, and the outbreak was first declared in Virginia's Eastern Health Region in September 2022. The same strain has since been detected in the central, southwest, and northwest regions of Virginia. On March 28, 2024, CDC issued a Health Alert Network, or HAN, HAN for short, Health Alert Network, or a health advisory alerting healthcare providers of an increase in meningococcal disease, mainly due to Neisseria meningitis serogroup Y, sequence type ST1466, the same strain associated with Virginia's outbreak. So they're saying there was an outbreak of this in 2022, and now that same strain is causing an outbreak a couple years later in 2024. Since June 2022, there have been 36 confirmed cases of meningococcal disease, including 7 deaths. Common risk factor has not been determined. Interesting. It says most of the cases have been happening Eastern Virginia. 25 were Eastern Virginia, 3 were Central, 2 were Northern, none in the Northwest, and 6 in the Southwest. Huh.
You just don't play with that one. They said be mindful. Pinky said the measles. It looks, but the bottom line, people, a lot of shit gonna be coming here because a lot of these people aren't vaccinated. So we're gonna be getting a whole lot of stuff. When they said they had
and now we're gonna get on the vax discussion. Do y'all think the vaccines work or no? Be honest.
No.
Be honest.
And it's causing having a bad side effect. Now you're talking about which vaccine though? See, they weren't vaccines from childbirth. We've been vaccinated from childbirth, and now they, to me, no, it's not just.
I don't want to say to get me stricken. Do what you want to do with your vax. I'm not anti-vax. I personally say do what's best for you. Now, if you want to load yourself up, go right on ahead. Me personally, I'm on the natural sense of things. Just let me.
I look at it this way. I look at it this way.
I'm anti-vax because I've seen the outcome, especially now. You don't know what's in that shit, especially when it's, and this is public information. What did they put in the vaccine? Did they put Ebola? Did they put HIV? I mean, no. But I'm saying childhood vaccination.
Using aborted baby tissues in the vaccine and shit. Yeah, they be getting down grimy.
Aborted baby tissues. I've heard that too. Yep. Yeah. I heard that a lot.
See, the way I look at the vaccine is I always look at things critically. And whenever there is a media campaign to demonize people who are looking at something critically, then something's wrong there. And I really didn't start looking into the vaccines until I had my son. He just turned 5 years old. So 5 years ago, when he was a little baby, and they gave me a fucking 4-page list of vaccines he's supposed to have, including like a herpes vaccine or some shit like that. I'm like, wait a minute, why? It wasn't a herpes exactly.
We didn't have no herpes vaccines for babies.
Okay, hold on. I'll be more specific.
For the youth, they did
have
the human papillomavirus, the human
it's H1P1 or some shit, right?
H1P1. For the youth.
It's not herpes. I was being a little bit tongue in cheek when I said herpes. But H1P1 or whatever is like a sexually transmitted disease. So I'm like, why would an infant need a vaccine?
That's ridiculous.
STD, basically. So and there was just so many. So then that's when, since this is my first child, and I'm wondering what the fuck they want to stab up in my child, right? So I'm really taking a deep dive into vaccine research. And if y'all familiar with my content, y'all know when I'm on a subject, I do a lot of research on it, right? So I was just finding, if you even simply look at the vaccine schedules, look at what vaccines you got when you were a baby versus the vaccines they want these new kids to get. And it was a crazy difference. Like, for example, just to give an example, don't hold me to this, but like when I was a baby, I would have maybe had like 4 vaccines. Meanwhile, they want to give my son like 17. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on with all these goddamn vaccines?
Because my son is your age group and my daughter, and we didn't have to do all of those.
Yeah, okay,
And I
and they wanna
wonder, are
fearmonger
mothers, are
you.
people
They
doing it?
fearmonger you into getting it, and if you don't get it, they try to treat you like you're stupid or you don't know what you're talking about. But no, I did a lot of independent research, and what we ended up doing is there were certain vaccines where I just totally abstained from him getting altogether, and then what we did by and large is with a lot of the main vaccines, we followed a delayed vax schedule because not only do they want to pump your kid with 17 vaccines or something, they want to give it to them like damn near all at one time. So we were like,
Yeah.
okay,
That's
wait a
too
minute,
much
wait a
to
minute.
anybody.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, hold on. So if we are even going to do some of these vaccines, we're going to space them out and delay them, and we'll make sure he's not being kissed by someone with an ST or like it was just crazy ass vaccine shit that it's like a baby don't even need to be protected against this. Like what is going on?
Hmm.
And you
I
want to
know the
know why?
HMT one was supposed to be when they were between 13 and 14. I didn't know they changed it, and now they want to give it to them as a baby. That's
Yes.
crazy.
And
Yeah.
you want to know why we have such a high population of autistic children
Mm-hmm.
Or other issues
That
that
may have something to do
or
with it.
other issues. That's right.
remember Lisa Bonet? She was anti Vex. Not
Yep.
saying that Lisa Bonet, she was
And what
speaking
it
out.
is, it's not herpes or H1, it's hepatitis B. They want to give your kid at birth
Yeah,
a hepatitis
hepatitis.
B shot. And
That's
I'm like,
crazy.
hepatitis. I Google hepatitis B, and hepatitis B is an infection of the liver. The infection is a chronic infection. It puts people at high risk, and it's something that's transmitted through like bodily fluids and shit.
Mm.
So you know what? To me, I'm gonna tell you, if I was the
Blood or
Mm.
semen is how it's transferred. I said, wait a minute, who's gonna be swapping blood or semen with my child?
to
Nah.
me, this is an act of war. Bottom line.
You can get hepatitis B through sexual contact, sharing needles, syringes. I said, hold up, my baby ain't gonna be dealing with no dirty what? You don't need no hepatitis B, huh? Huh?
Mhm.
Or you can get it from mother to baby at birth. Well, if mama don't have hepatitis B and my baby ain't getting pricked with no junkie needles and my baby ain't having sex with nobody, why he need a hepatitis B shot?
Thank
What?
you. That's also about money, just to let you know.
Oh yeah, big business, big business. And I'm looking at the hepatitis V vaccine schedule. They want them to have their first dose at birth, a second dose in 2 months, a third dose at 9 month old. If I just
I
count real
think
quick,
it is. Because
if
this
I just count real
formulated
quick,
when they were teenagers. I'm shocked that they giving it to them as babies. This was formulated in the beginning when they did it when they were teenagers. They supposed to get it between the ages of 12
can I
and 15.
share my screen for a moment?
Go ahead. Can I put it up there?
Yeah, you just gotta click on it at the bottom of the StreamYard.
Wait a minute. Click on it.
And then change your layout. It's on it. It's just you have to change the layout so that the sun and the eclipse isn't up.
Take it off.
There
Yeah.
you go. So look, if we look at the vaccine schedule from birth to 15 months, they want your baby to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. They
Wait a
got
minute. Some
20
of them shots
vaccines in
got
the
more than
schedule.
one thing in it.
Yeah,
Some of
yeah,
those
and some of
shots
them got
got
multiple doses. Hepatitis B is 3 doses. Rotavirus is 2 doses. Tetanus is 4 doses. A lot of these is 3, 4 doses. Come on now.
oh my
And
God.
then that's not it. And then 18 months to 18 years, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Another 20.
Jesus.
Okay. And a lot of these are the same 20 from before, but god damn it.
What
So
the
from
hell?
from birth to hold on. In actuality, I read this wrong. This is 18 months to 18 years old. What we want to focus is the birth to 15 months. So just from when the baby's born,
They're not even two.
yeah, the baby's just a year and a couple months old, right? A year and a half damn near, and they getting pumped with 20 shots.
I would say to mothers, y'all need to really think about this. And number two, look at the effects of each one of these shots You better look them up. My
And
daughter.
they added COVID to the list. Now they want your baby at 6 months old to get their first COVID
No,
shot.
Oh,
please,
COVID ain't even
hell
been
no.
tested like that. Ain't nobody
they're
even.
trying to
It
kill the
ain't even been
baby.
10
Oh,
years
excuse me,
yet.
delete the babies. Let
Come
me tell
on.
you, there are side effects to pregnant women who got that COVID shot. The babies are coming out super big.
There's people who
Like a
died.
2 month
Shit.
year old looks like a 10-month-year old. And they're having side effects. I know someone whose baby, the arm is like a little bigger than the other one.
What?
Damn.
That's right.
Got the babies deformed and shit. So check this out. This is the vaccine schedule from 1995. You know, I'm a 90s baby, right? In 1995, they had you take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vaccines from age birth to 14 years old.
Yes, that's all y'all took. What
Hepatitis B was still on the
the
list. I don't know why. I don't know if a lot of people had hepatitis B back in the day. I don't know why. But they got hepatitis B, DDP, Hesophilus, poliovirus, and measles, mumps, and rubella.
hell? My daughter was allergic to the pertussis. It gave her she was 7 months old when she took the pertussis portion, and it
Hmm.
caused her to seize out. So be mindful when you taking a shot with those doses in it like that. You need to know because they should give you a paper to let you know what each side effect is. Because when they give you, and my daughter had a reaction to pertussis, and there was
So I gotta
something on
ask though. I've got to ask the ladies.
it.
You know, I think some of y'all are mothers. For if let's say you had a baby in '95, and then you had a baby in more recent times, what changed to where your baby needs 18 more
I don't
vaccines?
know. I haven't had a child. My youngest is 20. This shit that you showing me, it's no way. I already went bat to bat when it came to my kids for shots. I don't know. I'm not. I don't want to say
Come on.
anti-vet. Y'all gonna have to make decisions on this as new moms. This shit is crazy. I ain't never. This sound
You
like
know
something
what?
20.
crazy.
Back in the day, if you was that type of nurse, they'd be waiting for you outside to whip your fucking ass.
Hmm.
You know why? Because you are like a pusher man. She's the pushing woman.
This is crazy.
She's
Then
trying to push vaccines on children
And
that
if
will
you
cause
question the vaccines, if you act
harmful
hesitant with the
effects.
vaccines, the whole hospital staff will act hostile towards you. They'll treat you like you're cuckoo, like
Yes,
you're
they do.
crazy.
I'm
I
not gonna
remember,
be
I remember,
mindful.
my chick was pregnant, and she went to, I think it was a dentist appointment, and the dentist asked her if she gave them permission to use fluoride. It was like a fluoride filling or something. And I was like, hold up. When I was looking into all those vaccines, it was talking about negative health effects of fluoride with adults and children and babies. So like if you don't need the fluoride, then why don't you just go without the fluoride? So she's like, yeah, no, I'll do without the fluoride. And even the dentist bitch was acting like she's crazy and oh no, it's fine. And she's like trying to convince her to get the fluoride injection. And it's like, bitch, like why? Like who paid you to try to force this to happen? Like what is
I'm
going on?
coming on. I can't believe they giving this baby that many shots. But I can't fantasm. They did not have these much shots for the kids in the 90s, and I don't even remember there being this many
Mhm.
for 2000s.
Come on.
This is
So,
crazy.
so so what happened? Did we actually get dirtier and more germ filled as a
I don't
culture, as a
know.
society?
Not
Are
at
we now
all.
living in shanty towns? I mean, I thought modern medicine gets better, not worse. So wait, in 24 years from now, is there going to be 40 shots that they have to? I'm just confused by this. I'm confused. Come on.
I think Black American moms, y'all better look at this shit. I don't have no little kids, but I can't.
No, here's the thing. It affects all of us,
It
whether
does,
we
but
realize it or not.
this is
And the
crazy.
child, it well, your
And let's
child is gonna
just
be
keep it a buck.
mutating. Your
Let,
child is mutating.
let's just keep it all the way funky. Um, You telling me if a black woman has a home water birth and her baby don't never get a vaccine shot a day in her life, and instead of buying Similac, she breastfeeds, you telling
Hmm.
me she's putting her baby's health at risk? You telling me that nature wouldn't sort itself out and that wouldn't still be a healthy baby? You telling me that baby need 20 shots and some formula to be healthy? Okay. All right.
Well, they're trying to produce robots, human uh I want to say biochemical, bioengineered, manufactured, bioengineered
I'm still
humans.
looking at this shit. I've never heard of some of this shit. What
Come
the
on.
fuck?
They got a little what if I hover over it, is it gonna give me a definition? Nah. Oh no, it opens it up in the next page. So RSV is a respiratory virus that causes cold-like symptoms. Most people can recover in a week or two, but infants who get it might need to be hospitalized. Um, and CDC really mostly recommends that people 60 years or older get the vaccine for it, yet they want your baby to get a dose or two or a few. Hepatitis B, we already looked into that. You get that from sex or sharing dirty needles, but they want your baby to get 3 doses. All right.
The
All right.
hell?
Rotavirus RV is
I heard of the RV,
what is
which is
going
the
on with
upper
RV?
respiratory, but
Yeah, it's just opened me up into a whole new tab. Hold up. The rotavirus RV. Okay. It's a disease. It's not really telling me what spreads it. Um, what is rotavirus? Because I ain't even heard of most of this shit either. I mean, measles, mumps, I've heard about that. Polio, I mean, I've heard about that, but rotavirus. So rotavirus basically gives you watery diarrhea, vomiting, fever, and abdominal pain. So basically, diarrhea and throwing up. They're
Stop
afraid your
eating
baby's
them
going.
damn
did,
chips.
now wait a minute. The DTP has added some acellular pertussis. They added something when y'all were younger in the 90s. Babies just took
I
DTP
remember the
up to 2000.
DBT.
They added something else. A cellular. Is that because pertussis was giving a lot of the babies seizures and making them lethargic. So now it's called a cellular pertussis. What the fuck?
Yeah, and I'm looking up the transmission of DTP. It says it's bacteria that can spread by coughing, sneezing, or touching infected open sores or ulcers. I don't know why a baby would be around. I mean, God damn it, don't we protect our newborns from everything? Don't we damn near not even want to take our
Yeah,
babies outside for a few months? Like,
that's
what
right.
is he talking about here? Okay. And polio, I thought polio like didn't exist anymore. Like,
No, they said it's bad.
it's back
That's
now.
what they claim. I don't know. Jeez. Yo.
Polio is infection disease caused from
And I'm not
spreading from
feeling
person
that
to person.
C19 at 6 months. I don't know about y'all, but I'm telling they're showing this the
I
y'all
never
need
took
to
the
look at
vaccine
the
as an
VAERS
adult.
site.
I ain't
Y'all
giving
need
it
to
to the
look at
16-month
VAERS.
old.
There's stuff coming out about C19. Look at your VAERS
Oh
site.
Lord. Hey guys, do you know how polio spreads? How the virus polio spreads?
How does that spread?
From person to person through contact with poop. Why is your
Mm.
baby gonna be playing with someone else's shit? What
Mm,
is going on? Come on. Most of these things that they're trying to vaccine the babies for are things where if a parent didn't bring their baby around someone who was obviously sick, then there's no problem at all.
God, can you imagine how many people probably gave their kids this stuff?
I
Well,
can't imagine.
most people, yeah.
Oh my God. This is like double. This is like triple what we get. We didn't give you this whole the top portion of this was what the shots that y'all had between infancy and 21. This is for just 18 months. Pull that up again. This is from birth to what?
This is from birth to 15 months.
No, this was we didn't even oh my God.
1 year and 3 months old, and they already got 20 shots. Some of them 1, 2, 3, 4 doses.
My God.
Yeah. And you know what? There's a different screen I can share. Actually, I'll just keep it on the same screen to keep it easy for you. Let me just plug in this new link because I'm wondering, let's just do a little bit of research. We looked at the difference in the vaccine schedule from 95 to now. Let's see the rise in autism from 95 to now. In 97, it said that 1 in 2,500 kids was diagnosed with autism. In 2017, 1 in 68. In the 90s, the average age diagnosed with autism was 4 years, 4 months. 2017, they
Mm-hmm.
get diagnosed at 3 years, 10 months. In the 90s, employed people diagnosed with ASD within 2 years of leaving high school, there was no data available. But in 2017, it says there's 32% of people with autism are employed and diagnosed within 2 years of leaving high school. Interesting. So clearly there's been a rise in autism. And part of it is going to be them now looking for it more, but part of it is, what do you guys think? I mean, what else has happened between the 90s and now? Come on.
I'm not just looking at autism. What other health problems this shit cause? Because some of these
That's right.
things have some very serious effect. I know the pertussis and it's a pertussis that caused my daughter to seize out. And what did they do differently now? And another thing you need to be mindful of when you are resistant to taking this, they will send social workers to your home. So
Yep, they'll try to
Yep.
do a CPS and the whole thing and act like you're unfit and
you
you're
almost think about
conspiracy
homeschooling your
theories.
or
Yep.
something.
Yeah,
If
if
you
you
want to
even try
send
to
them to
homeschool
public
it.
school, you're going to run into a problem if you don't get them the shit.
Hmm.
I'm not. I can't believe this. I think you need to look into homeschooling your children. You need,
Definitely.
if you can, or find some type of way that you do not have to comply with this here. I'm sure I don't have any little kids, and I don't, and my kids didn't take this many. And for me, I'm not anti-vax as long as it's successful, but I'm not for this. And I believe I can say that. I don't. This seems extreme.
And again, it's an interesting thing with autism because if you have autism, you can pass it down to your kids. Autism can be passed down, but as far as what creates autism, what starts the autism, that's the mystery. So
Well,
it's
how do you
like,
know between all of this shit? This a lot. How would you know? Some of these things
exactly.
right here causes some other things. I hope when you get those, if you do decide to give your children shots, do y'all read the side effects, both short term after they take it and long term? Y'all better read this shit before you just handy up your kids like a pin cushion.
There's embalming fluid in the damn shots.
What shot is that?
I forgot which one, but it's definitely there because I did a report on it because I had to do it to keep from getting my children
It's
vaccinated.
called
I went through that.
formaldehyde. Formaldehyde
Formaldehyde,
and
yeah.
formaldehyde is diluted during the vaccine manufacturing process, but residual quantities of formaldehyde may be found in some current vaccines. So, as crazy as it sounds, hearing the sisters say there's embalming fluid in the vaccines, that's true.
It is, but not,
That's
my
true.
God.
Yeah, it
Maybe
is.
some of you may want to look up for read what
Hey,
people
as crazy as it may
with
sound to say that Planned Parenthood is selling butchered, aborted babies to
Yes, they
vaccine
are.
manufacturers, oh shit, it's the truth though.
It's the truth.
Yes.
Please, people, look into this before you. Keep in mind that they don't have a lot of medications that we get from China are not coming here, which I wouldn't want anything because they're supposed to be our mortal opponent, but they don't have a lot of things to
The
help.
utilization of embryonic and fetal cells from elective abortions in the pharmaceutical
Mhm.
industry and medical research is commonplace.
Mm.
So when they're convincing black women to get abortions, it's not just eugenics, it's not just to control the population of black babies, but it's also big business. That butchered baby is going to get sold to get put in a vaccine and get injected into someone.
What?
That's right.
Embryonic and fetal cells. Fetal cells. We're talking about the cells from the abortions. We're talking about the essence of
So,
what would have been a baby, the cells in the fetus that would have continued to grow to become a human. They abort that and take those cells and put it in vaccines.
and they're using the
So
cells for
it's
other
big
stuff
business
too.
and abortions.
Big business. Come on. They all about killing multiple birds with one stone. We gonna make sure
Hmm.
you niggas don't get your populations grown out in control. We know y'all like to reproduce. And we also gonna monetize it by selling the aborted fetuses to vaccine manufacturers. Like, come on, this is some sick shit.
Mm.
And in certain places, Asian cultures, well,
Some of you
I
need
don't
to look
want to
into
say
your
that, but
religious.
yeah,
Some of you
some
need
of
to look
them
into
do
your
like.
religious synopsis on whether this agrees with um being necessary in your religion, your spiritual beliefs, your religious beliefs. You need to really research your religious beliefs and see if it is for this type of
During COVID, it was so grimy. See, I've always been an entrepreneur, so I wasn't forced to wear no mask and, oh, I got to get a vaccine to show up to work or I got to file an exemption. No, no, no. But I peep game, and what my peers would do is they would file a religious exemption, and now their boss sends them some form saying they got to type out essays about their religion and what they believe in and why it exempts them from having a vaccine. And me, as the entrepreneur and business owner, I say, wait a minute, that's crossing the fucking line. Why do I have to explain my
No,
hypothetically? Why do I have to explain my
yeah, you
religion
did have
to
to.
my boss so
excuse
that I
me.
can be exempt from wearing a mask or having a vaccine? Like the psyops was so strong,
You
and I
did
was just
have to do that.
grateful. Yeah,
I,
I
I
was
was
so grateful that I was not, a W-2 employee because they was fucking over employees with
Why
that
do
shit.
you think the employee made you do that?
Huh?
Why do you think the employee made you do that?
The employer, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So I think the employers were forcing their employees to do it because they were ordered from the government. They were
yeah,
ordered from the government. It was
No.
mandated. Yes,
No. They got a check.
from the government. It was mandated by the government. And if they
Nope.
showed
The
their laws and showed
employer
their
got a
records, come on,
check, not just
from who?
mandated. They got a check from the government.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The government enacted it, they mandated, and they also compensated
implemented
businesses
it.
that got in line and made sure their employees got the fucking shot. And if they showed that their employees got the shot, yes, they were compensated totally. Yeah,
Yes,
Yeah.
they got a check. That's what that's about. It's
yeah,
not
big
just
business.
about no damn mandate. They got the check. So they didn't give a damn about you and your family. They wanted a check for themselves. Not only did they get the check, but the doctors got a check too.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah.
They got like close to 250 per pop. That's what I'm hearing. Allegedly.
Hmm.
No,
Allegedly.
that's what they got. Follow the damn money. It's
'Cause,
not that they were so
a lot of
concerned.
us were terminated because of that. I'm in that group.
It's not that they were so concerned about their employees
Oh no,
and
that wasn't
about their
at all.
patients. It
No.
was all about a dollar bill.
Hmm.
So if you work, if you was doing that type of work, somebody gonna be waiting outside for your ass to beat your ass, and you would deserve it, honestly.
Hey, I just felt so bad for W-2, employees. I felt even worse for people who worked in the medical field because I
Yeah.
actually live with a chronic health condition. So I found myself in the hospital during COVID, but it wasn't like due to COVID. It was due to a chronic illness I have, right? And I was, back there on the bed or whatever. And you know how when you're in the hospital, like, the nurse and the staff, they all be gossiping. They don't give a fuck if there's patients nearby. They all
Mhm.
talking their shit, right? So the nurses was talking so fearful about how they were mandating all the staff to get vaccines. And oh, did you hear about that one doctor that just got the vaccine and died? Yeah, he was like only 32. Like, I'm listening to the doctors and the nurses talk about how they don't even want to get this fucking vaccine, but
Yep.
meanwhile, it's being pushed on everybody.
Yep. Many of them cried. They didn't know what they were, and a lot of them left.
A lot of
A
them
lot,
left their
a lot of them left
careers,
there.
police officers,
Mhm.
firefighters, etc. Yeah, a lot of people was like, fuck that. People moved states to states that had lax regulation. Hey, actually, during COVID, I took a family trip to Oklahoma because I got some family out there. And I was surprised. In Oklahoma, they act like there wasn't even a pandemic going on. They wasn't even making you wear masks or nothing.
Mhm.
So yeah.
In the South, they were not wearing masks. In the North, they were. Because in southern states, they didn't have on no mask. Florida was walking free. South Carolina, they were walking free. A lot of southern states. In the North, we were masked up like we were fucking ninjas and shit.
I want to be ninja.
And we was walking around face tied up. People was like putting on shit. because they were scared to touch shit. It gloves. It was they.
That shit had me mad. When they opened up the gyms, I'm trying to go to the gym. They talking about I gotta wear a mask when I work out. I said, fuck it. So I said I'm smart and I bought on Amazon them face shields. So I'm rocking the face shield. And now some motherfuckers at the gym trying to say I can't wear a face shield, I gotta wear a mask. I said, motherfucker, what you mean? If anything, this protects me even more. My eyes and my nose and my mouth are protected from droplets. So what the fuck? Hey, I was getting into fist fights during COVID. I'm in the stores and shit. The staff is trying to talk to me out of pocket. I go in to pay for some gas. He talking about you got to have a mask on. I said, do you have a mask? No. So how you gonna mandate me to wear a mask in the store and you ain't gonna offer one? I was getting into it with motherfuckers left and right during COVID. I'm telling you.
You couldn't go into supermarkets. It was crazy.
Hey, I was flying. We took a flight to Oklahoma, right? I was slick as a motherfucker. I said there ain't no way I'm gonna be on no goddamn plane with no mask on. And mind you, I be having allergies and shit, so it do be kind of difficult to breathe. I mean, if my nose is stuffed up, then I gotta breathe out my mouth. You know, it's fucked up. So I was slick. I called Alaska Airlines ahead of time, and I was like, I have a medical, exemption for wearing a mask. I just wanted to know what the process was. Like, since I'm calling you guys, can we get it documented so that like it's on my record, like on my itinerary? Like, how does this work? And they were actually nice. They were like, oh no, it's fine. Just tell the flight attendants that you have an exemption, and then that's that. So I was like, these motherfuckers, they told me to just, okay, I'm gonna try it. So yeah, I flew with no mask, and I get on the flight, I sit down, and the flight attendant's like, oh no, sir, you have to have a mask. I said, oh no, I called customer service before flying, I have an exemption. She said, oh, okay, sorry to bother you. But because there's programmed so heavily, the flight attendants kept seeing me throughout the flight and would come up and be like, oh no, where's your mask? I'm like, no, remember, I have an exemption. Oh no, I forgot. Okay, I remember. So I was slick, and I called ahead of time and figured out what the rules and regulations were. And, the airlines wasn't trying to, certain businesses was like, I don't give a fuck if I get sued later. Like, we about to ride for the COVID program, right? But certain businesses was like, no, if someone says they have an exemption, like, we're not going to get all up into their shit. We're just going to take their word for it. And luckily, Alaska Airlines was one of them. And everybody on the flight was looking at me hella with evil eyes. They was mad as a motherfucker. Not because they thought I was going to give them COVID, but because they were envious that I didn't have to wear a mask.
Remember that lady who got put off because her 2-year-old couldn't keep the mask on?
Oh my God. I was so glad that when the whole COVID thing was, my son was born in 2019. So in COVID, my son was 1 year old. My heart broke for them little kids who had to go to school with masks on and all kinds of shit. And now you can't go to school. Now you're doing Zoom classes over school. I was like, damn, if that was happening to my kid, oh hell no, I would have been mad as fuck.
I would say for what's coming on now, I'm looking at this shit. You young parents have a lot to look into. I don't know. I'm glad I don't have no little ones, but I think y'all really need to look into this. I did not know this was going on. I'm out of touch with this, but it breaks my heart that people are actually giving their kids this shit.
See, and the sad thing is, through the information age we live in, we have the access to information. Like my generation, if we wanted the answers, like again, I did a fucking doctorate study in vaccine research over like a year when I knew I was having a baby, just because I was like, damn, I need to learn about this. And all the information's online. I can literally compare the vaccine schedule from when I was a kid to when he's a kid and everything. So when we have access to the information, the only way that they can try to control us is from socially engineering us to want to watch reality TV and not do vaccine research, to want to watch World Star Hip Hop and not watch YouTube videos on prepping. I mean, it has to be a psyops to take your attention away from things that matter, because the information is out there.
What made me look into it, my daughter is 20. She had a reaction, but I always didn't read it because my son is a 90s baby, my daughter's a 2000 baby. So I did look in and I always read the side effects for both kids. But I really got deep into it and I was really afraid of it when she took the DTP. I cannot tell you what it's like to have an infant pass the hell out you and be lethargic and don't move and you don't know what's wrong with them. This stuff and she was not moving. I had to call the ambulance. This baby did not move for hours. She had to come out of it. And I'm like, what is she gonna come out? What the fuck she gonna be like when she get up?
Hmm.
because they couldn't tell me what was wrong, and they was like, "Oh, some babies." And the funny thing about it, these doctors were programmed to just be nonchalant. And then when
Right.
I'm asking
That's
them, like,
right.
what the fuck was it? They couldn't tell me. Oh no, I said she took. What they did was they gave her 4 shots in that one day. I should have never allowed them to do that, and I did, and I had to go through every one, and then they went through it because I told them, fuck them all. She ain't getting shit, and they called DHS on me because the next time I gave her a shot, my daughter was almost 2. I said, fuck y'all. Y'all can't tell me what did it. I'm not giving her shit. So they had to
Hmm.
go through every shot that she took on that day, and that's when they found out it was pertussis. But they knew that they were having bad reactions because the thing about it is, as Black Americans or as mothers, we're gonna say as mother, but I'm talking to Black women. They know a lot of times we don't look into it, so they knew that that pertussis portion at that particular time was causing reactions, but they still was giving it to kids.
They don't care. The same medical industry creates fucking addictive drugs and pays lobbyists to pay doctors to push drugs and shit. Johnson and Johnson was responsible for the opioid epidemic and shit. Like, what the fuck? What are we really talking about? The same people creating the vaccines are getting us hooked on drugs that they say are non-addictive until, oh wait, 10 years later, and now they're paying billions out in settlements. So yeah, fuck them. They don't know shit, and they ain't about to tell you shit.
Please look into these show. I don't know. I'm out of the loop. I will pass it on to my nieces because they have little ones. I hope they ain't giving their babies this. This is crazy. Um, y'all didn't take this many in the 90s and the 2000s. Definitely not in the 90s. I definitely didn't take this many.
In the 90s, it was 4 5 shots we seen. It was just 4 5.
This is like
And
a
now we got
fucking
all
precursor.
these.
That's just the first 15 months.
Come
What
on.
the hell? Mm-mm. Y'all better look into this before y'all comply to this. I know they want compliance. That's their goal for all of this to be compliant. But what does this cause? What is this going to cause? This is going to cause something major with the alpha generation.
And we won't see the effects until 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the line. And then by then, the damage has already been done. I mean, come on now. All them people that rushed out and their job forced them to get COVID. And 10 years later, they ain't even working for that fucking job no more. But now they got ailments from the vaccine. Like, all right, well,
All
you
kinds
missed me with that shit.
of big C cancers
Shit, I know about the
on the
Tuskegee
rise,
Airmen. No, them motherfuckers been doing some fucked up shit
cancers
to
on the
black folk
rise,
for a long time.
heart problems, liver problems. So much is going on. Please pass this on to your relatives and tell them to look into this stuff. I didn't even know this was going on. This is sick. This is some sick shit.
I mean, it gets sicker. Then when your kid hits kindergarten, they got LGBTQ plus
Come
sex books
on.
in the library and shit, and they got movies and shit that all have a weird zesty agenda to it and shit. So I mean, it's a whole psyops. The little kids grow up idolizing live streamers like Kai Cenat and IShow Speed and all these fucking tethers doing weird debaucherous shit. I mean, there's an ongoing psyops for the minds of children 24 fucking 7, and most parents are just caught up in their day job and putting food on the table that they ain't even got the time to make sure, wait, is my kid watching YouTube Kids or is my kid on regular YouTube?
Mm. People look this up. It's your choice, but I wouldn't want to be a parent nowadays with this. Y'all got this. Um, may y'all make the best decision for y'all babies.
He said, I'm glad I ain't had to do it. This shit, y'all got your work cut out. Okay.
Yeah, y'all got a lot to be. Y'all got to. I hope this is crazy. Please, I pray y'all. Please be aware of what's going on with y'all babies. This is sick.
They gonna give your babies 20 shots and then send them to a public school and teach them that there's 12 genders.
And then when those children, by the time they get to first and second grade, third grade, they don't know how to act. They're gonna be super hyperactive. They don't know what's going through their
When did you
body.
start? Because it's real weird that. Did you see? I don't know if y'all saw it in there. A teacher drugged this child all the way from the classroom. The mother got fired and the child had special needs. And it's funny that the baby was like about, I guess, 5 or 6. How long ago? Because the child needed a what you call it worker, what do you call them workers that help your child out?
Social worker.
You're the one who's supposed to be with the, she drugged the boy by 1 foot from the classroom to the office and then restrained him. And I'm finding out when did they start this stuff? Because all of a sudden these kids are starting out now having
Yeah.
certain reactions.
Yeah.
Because this stuff is already working. You may not have to
I
wait
mean,
for
common sense. Let's take a look at our damn self. Okay? Common sense should tell you bring your child to the doctor. Okay, well, this child needs 1 or 2 shots. You ought to give your children all them damn shots before they 6 months. Are you fucking crazy?
at some point in time, people gotta wake up. This is ridiculous.
People, what is wrong with your mind?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
By
you
6
can
months, they want you to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of these shots. 9 of these shots by 6 months. Yep.
Yeah, at this
that's
point,
too
it's
much.
on us.
And plus, when they're born, that's the antibiotics when the baby is first born, they put in the baby's eye drops just in case of a venereal disease when the baby's first born. I can see if the baby, if you're tested for venereal disease and you have something, that's a different story. But they're just putting in every baby's
It's
eyes.
just making your child a goddamn human. What the fuck is? I don't know what
And
to
it's
say.
actually interesting because if you look into autism, there's not really a cure for autism, but the closest thing to a cure that reverses the symptoms of autism is stem cell therapy. Basically, what they do is the rich folks, they cryogenically freeze the mother's umbilical cord. And if the kid has autism or any ailments, they extract stem cells from the umbilical cord and inject it in the child, and the child's body sorts itself out. But the average person ain't storing they umbilical
Umbilical
cord and shit like
cord.
that. But guess what? The
No, they're
hospital's storing it.
stealing
No,
your umbilical
the
cord.
hospital's taking that shit and selling it and
Right.
doing
They're
shit with it.
taking your
Yeah.
umbilical cord and your afterbirth.
Stem cell
Wait a minute.
research. Look it
Wait.
up.
That's weird that you say that. When I was going to my GYN doctor, they were saying you can now freeze your They were saying something like you can freeze your amniotic fluid or something. They were
Yep.
saying.
Hmm.
So that's what that was all about.
And also, they're using stem cell therapy as like some vampiric anti-aging shit. All these old rich men, Mike Tyson was talking about how he got stem cell stuff and he feels young again. Joe Rogan was talking about getting stem cell therapy, feeling young again. They're taking stem cells from umbilical cords and aborted baby fetuses, and they're
Right.
injecting it in older adults because it's basically like the fountain of youth type shit. It makes you feel young and you got these new cells and blase, blase, blase. So, on the one hand, the rich folks know to store the umbilical cord and the stem cells. The average person is just getting they shit stolen by the hospital, who's going to then turn around and make a bag off of it. And they don't got to tell you nothing.
And does this matter what the mother's ethnic group is? I wonder if it's a certain strength in those who are from melanated.
Of course, melanated people have more enricher in their stem cells, in their melanin, their stem cells, and their skin. Of course,
Yep.
that's the
I can
case.
only imagine. I mean, most of the affluent people doing it are white, of course, but if it's working for Becky, then imagine what health properties the melanated stem cells would have versus the Caucasian stem cells. Yeah, facts.
Mm.
And this is why Noah is coming to a state near you.
I'm just I'm gonna research this more and talk to my family about this. This is crazy. I didn't know. I ain't had no baby in 20 years. Y'all got this shit. This is sad.
Oh, it's bad. It's so bad. Yeah.
No wonder y'all don't want to have no fucking kids.
Come on.
Oh my God.
First of all, if you look at my generation, the average person in my generation can't afford kids for one. I mean, I just turned 29. The average person in my millennial age group lived at home with their parents until 25 at least, and are just now getting out to live on their own, still can't afford to buy a house, let alone start a family. So, yeah.
A lot of my son's friends don't have children.
Mm-hmm.
They and if they have one, it's one or two, and they're far apart. And we all live together because we ain't got no money, so that's how I'm gonna keep it. We help one another, but this is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder they were saying they don't want none. A lot of y'all don't have any kids. If this is what's going on, y'all have some very hard and harsh decisions to make as parents, and I feel for y'all. This is sick. There's no
Yeah.
fucking way. I don't know how I will deal with this.
Mm-mm.
It makes you wonder what these. Mm-mm.
It's a crazy world we live in. Come on, come on. And then they look up and they see the rappers wearing dresses and acting homeboy shit. I mean, come on. We got so
Right.
much
It's
programming going
easier
on.
to twist them up. You see,
Mm-hmm.
if they're messing with your God part, so they call it.
Mm. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Black women and men, but black women, y'all need to really think about this, speak about this if you have a partner and children. I don't know what to say about this one. This is not my expertise, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm glad it's not me. Because I would be going, they would get me. That's all I would say. I would be going. Because I couldn't do this. And y'all really need to look and see what the hell is in this shit. Because you got to deal with this child. Compliance is one thing. This seemed like something else. I'm just was up here trying to say how to survive if they shake the
Hey,
goddamn.
let's put on our tinfoil hats for a second. Let's say, what if there was a conspiracy? What if science found out a way to make humans more suggestive to programming and ideals, to make
Right.
them more docile and more passive, less likely
Hmm.
to resist? Well,
Right.
how would they get that into every person at birth? Well, I guess they would create a list of shots that is for their best interest to have. It's to make you healthy. And if you don't get the shot, DHS is going to come talk to mommy
They
and
are going
daddy.
to come
I
to
mean,
your door.
let's just put on our tinfoil hat here. I mean, we all know you can do some wicked shit with science. So we all know that truth serums and all kind of weird fucking bioterrorism and biochemical shit, it really does exist. So imagine what they could do by injecting you with a series of shots from birth to 1.5 years old. Mm,
That's just the first set. We ain't even get to the second set.
damn.
Wow. Yeah, they do want compliance. That's what I hear what the globalists want. They want compliance. And I will say people are acting very docile as we speak, and these children do not seem functional. I did not know this was going on, and y'all got this.
Didn't they have whole mental asylums where they would experiment with different medicines and elixirs to make people more suggestive and docile? Back in the day, what was that thing that they did? If you was too wild or something, they would like take an ice pick and like hit you in the
Hmm.
head or something. What's that called again? It was a medical procedure, like back in the 60s or something. What's it called? They would basically hit you with a fucking ice pick in the brain and it would fuck you up, but it was some shit they were doing to try to make people more in line or more passive. Hold on, I gotta figure it out. Ice pick to head procedure, those are the keywords
Okay.
I'm looking for. This is what it is. Lobotomy. Come on.
Hmm.
Remember back in the day,
Oh
these
yeah, the
motherfuckers,
temporary
these
lobotomy.
motherfuckers would take an ice pick through your eyes to manipulate your frontal lobe and shit, and lobotomize you and shit. These motherfuckers have been experimenting with some shit for a long, long time. So, hey, they don't have to send you to a mental asylum and shove an ice pick through your eyes no more. They can just make sure your parent gives you some shots when you're a baby.
And make you comply by calling the state on your ass because you don't the government really has custody of your children and you don't. A lot of people don't know that. This shit is sick.
And I just looked it up. Lobotomy was a surgical procedure to provide relief to people with mental illnesses unresponsive to standard treatment. So if they said you had a mental illness And again, it's the 40s. So just a woman saying she wants to go to work instead of staying home, bitch, you got a mental illness, you going to the asylum, right? So if they deem that you got a mental illness and you're
Oh
unresponsive
shoot.
to standard treatment, to give you relief, they're gonna shove an ice pick in your eye socket and hammer your brain in.
Oh my God.
Damn. And they also did electroshock therapy and
I
shit.
remember that one. Electroshock.
So, is it really so crazy to say that these motherfuckers would put some nasty shit in the vaccine? Is it really so crazy to say they got fetal tissues? Oh no, we got receipts on that. Is it really so crazy to say they
That's
got
right, the
embalming fluid in it?
Caprianos.
Oh no, we got receipts on that. So,
Yep, that's
all
right.
right, the truth is way stranger than fiction.
The
Do a lot of your
Capriano
people in
says,
do a lot of people in your generation look at this when they're having children to say, let's look and see, or do your generation pretty much just say, oh, I'm just gonna give them a shot?
So the psyops, the psyops is so real. When the vaccine stuff was going on and my generation and anybody was looking at it critically, it was very similar. And I hate to use this as an example, you know, you might think this is comical or whatever, but it's the same thing as the flat earthers. There were people who were saying, hold on, there's a lot of evidence. We've got a lot of airline pilots. We've got a lot of people showing evidence that maybe we don't live on a globular globe like they say we do. And just because they were looking at that critically, they were immediately labeled crazy flat earthers. So for any people in my generation that started looking at vaccines critically, what did they call us? Anti-vaxxers.
Yeah.
They acted like this was the Cold War and we were fucking socialists or communists or something. You're an anti-vax. You're anti-vax. You're anti. So it's the psyops. So most people, due to social pressure, did succumb and just fell in line and got the shot and make sure their kids get the shot. Most people don't have critical thought. Most people are not going to stand on their square, and most
Yeah.
people don't have the luxury to do so. I'm an entrepreneur. My son's mother is an entrepreneur. Well, when you run your own business and you have control over your schedule, you have the luxury to say, okay, I'm going to homeschool. Okay, I don't have to take my kid to daycare. Okay, I can do this. Okay, I can do that. I can have the freedom to research this subject, to investigate that. So, you know, not many people even have the mental fortitude to fight through social societal pressure to maintain their critical thoughts. And then on top of that, you know, most people are just gonna go along to get along. I mean,
Can you as a parent decide which ones you want to take or not take?
you
That's the
can, and
question.
that's similar to what we ended up doing. If you decide to just do no vaccines at all, DHA's coming. You know, it's a whole thing.
But if you decide to do the
What we
basic,
ended up doing is we found a happy medium. There were certain vaccines where we just said he's completely not getting. There's no need for that, and I'm pretty sure hepatitis B was one of them. And then what we did for the rest of the ones is we followed a delayed vaccine schedule. So we just spaced them out really far. We didn't give him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shots
that's
at
not,
6 months. We spaced them out really far and few in between.
so that's what I think parents need to do, because ain't no motherfucking
Yeah.
because you don't want them up in your business, so you
But
gotta
a lot of the shots he just never got, and you know they would follow up with his mom and be like, "Oh, make sure he gets it," and she just play the game and act like she was compliant and shit. But no, a lot of the stuff, nah, we just totally withstood from. So
I would suggest, if you have that opportunity, take that. And you need to look into your religion, like Pinky was saying. Religious reasons,
Mhm.
you can opt out altogether. Um, or do like Mike was saying, y'all have to go through, because this is
It really comes back to standing on your square. Even if you say you have a religious thing, well, now they're trying
yeah.
to
they
I'm just
religiously
challenge
saying, trying to
that.
find
persecute
different
you.
ways to get
Yeah,
past
no,
this.
no, and now they're trying to religiously persecute you. So you got to stand on your square and be like, no, this is my religion. I don't need to explain my
Mhm.
religion to you. I'm protected under civil rights and the fucking amendment 1, 2, whatever the fucking amendments are. I don't got to fucking go into my religion. But matter of fact, take it a step further. Start your own fucking religion. You telling me all these motherfuckers can start religions and I can't start a religion? I just started my own religion. And it's called Orange Theory. And I believe that God might be orange juice, And part of my belief is that we should not put any vaccine fluids into your child from birth to 2 years old. And that's my religion. And tell me that that's not a religion. Try. I dare you.
Oh my God.
Come on. Y'all can say your religion is some dude who came down and got crucified and rose back from the dead and he's coming back one day. Y'all can say your religion is Muhammad, who was a pedophile and fucked on little girls and shit. I mean, y'all can say you're a Mormon and you believe that somebody's gonna give you a planet and aliens are the true gods and shit. A lot of these religions are real fucking wacky. So shit, just start your own religion and make sure that your religion bylaws say no to vaccines and stand on your square and you'll be okay.
Y'all got a hamstring. Generation Alpha, Generation Z. Now I can see. I can't take this many, but Generation Z was already crazy, and they didn't take nearly this many. So I can only imagine what Alpha is gonna be like. God help y'all. Y'all better do something. Y'all better wake up. They called the hysteria. They called it the spaghetti monster was a god that was made up. What the fuck? I can't. The Capriano is tripping. This is a lot. This is a lot.
Papiano said that, and which is true, that the grandparents have to look out for their children and their grandchildren. That's the bottom line.
You
Because
have
the
that type
children,
of ordinance.
some of the children believe in the system, or not even if they believe in the system, they might be intimidated. You know what I mean? So they're going to do what the doctors and the nurses tell them to do, even though it is crazy and
That's why I
far-fetched.
said it all goes back to standing on your square. If you stand on your square, then you will look up the rules, the guidelines,
Yeah,
the
that's what
bylaws to make
that's
sure
what
that you
I
can
did.
navigate. And just like me, I said I'm standing on my square before I take this flight. Let me call the airline and see how I can game the system, right? You feel me? I'm gonna
That's
stand on
all.
my square. Instead of giving them all these vaccines, we gonna say we gonna delay them, and really y'all ain't gonna follow up, and we just ain't gonna have them take a lot of these. So you just stand on your
That's what I
square.
did. But it wasn't that many that they. But I stood on my square and I did not let her take any more shots until they could tell me what was what. And I meant that. And it wasn't like I was resistant to it, but it clearly had a problem, and they knew this because when they finally told me, oh yeah, we was having reactions. I said, y'all was having reactions. So kids was already going through what my daughter went through. So that goes to show you they don't they wait
And
for a
they're
certain
all in on
to go
it.
off.
The pharmaceutical industry and the doctors lobbied the government in like the 60s to where there's a cap on how much you can sue them for. I think the cap's like a quarter million or something. If you get injured by a vaccine, they have their own specific vaccine court that's responsible for
Mhm.
giving you payouts and shit. They know what's up. They don't give
Mhm.
a damn. Uh, I don't fuck with no modern medicine damn near at all. I mean, if you break a bone, okay, you know how to reset a bone. All right. If I got the cold, okay, I can get over a cold. You feel me? If I have a burn, if I have a scrape, if I have a slash, if I got shot, okay, I trust medicine for that. But above and beyond anything else, nah, them motherfuckers is guessing and shit. I live with a chronic stomach condition and I got misdiagnosed like 12 times. I had to become my own doctor and do my own research and diagnose myself and give
Mhm.
the fucking printout to the doctor. And the doctor's like, oh, damn, I never even heard of this disease. Oh, yeah, this is a rare thing, but this is what you have. Like, these motherfuckers are just
That is
guessing.
true. That is true. That is true. Because me and my doctor, I would be sitting in there and I'd be like, "Is this symptom? This," and she would pull up the computer and go through their files. Some would be on the internet.
Basically,
Some would be
Googling.
she was sitting
Yes.
there Googling. I was like, no, that ain't what it feel like. I think it's this. I literally would tell my doctor, what's the lowest dose you had? Because we ain't playing that game. You gonna give me this one. She said, yeah, I heard about this. Is me and her sitting there. And you know who I learned this from? You pay your doctor. So you tell them what you want to take. If you Google it, you can
Mhm.
find out. And I'm not saying to self-diagnose, but talk with your doctor and say, what about this, that, and the other, and the third? And they will go and a lot of your doctors. She was online going through the stuff. She said, yeah, this is a good one. And here's another one that your insurance will pay for. It's the same ingredients. Here it is. And she would
Yep.
print out. This is the shit they be doing. They be Googling your diagnosis.
Mhm.
I feel like, what the fuck?
Facts.
I'm
Facts.
telling you.
Oh, and you know what? DiCaprio isn't tripping. I forget what it is exactly, but Spaghetti Monster is a real thing. There was I gotta look it up. It's a real thing. It's actually a super smart thing. I'm gonna try to remember before I look it up, but it was like someone created like a spaghetti monster religion to like get past some exemption or something, and it actually worked. It was actually a real thing, and it was something I learned about when I was doing all of my vaccine research and shit.
Past
Um,
Pastafarians pray to the spaghetti monster. Look it up. Is he playing?
No, he's not playing. He's not playing at all. He's not playing at all. He's not. It's Pastafarianism. Yeah, it's the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. And I learned about this when I was learning about the religious exemptions because I was like, fuck. Like I said earlier, just start your own religion. Well, somebody actually started their own religion called the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. If you go to spaghettimonster.org, they got a website. They hold parades. They hold meetups, and they pray to like a fucking spaghetti monster.
I'm
Yeah.
done. I'm done. I'm damn done. Y'all gonna stop.
Oh
This
yeah,
shit
I
serious.
believe it.
I got you. I got you. Look, it's right here. Rejoice, for you have found the way. Now share unto others. Look, the spaghetti monster. They started their own shit. Welcome to the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. With many thousands of members in 60 plus countries, the Church of the FSM, which stands for Flying Spaghetti Monster, is one of the fastest growing religions in the world. Yes. And they started this shit to get around like vaccine exemptions and shit. It was kind of like a joke. It was kind of like a parody, but it caught on and people really joined and shit.
I'm
Look,
done.
if we click on propaganda, look, they even labeled it propaganda. What? Come on. Propaganda is a time-honored and socially acceptable method of sharing your religion with the world, and we Pastafarians are happy to be a part of this tradition. Here you'll find a collection of materials you're welcome to use, modify, or distribute to your heart's content. So look, they got some flyers that we supposed to post around the city and shit. Look, it's alive, the Flying Spaghetti Monster, the Rapture. He boiled for your sins. So come on, if y'all can have all your strange religions, we can start a religion to get around some
I'm
vaccine
done.
exemptions, okay?
I'm done. I'm
These
done.
motherfuckers did it.
I can't.
They did it.
This shit is sick. This shit is sick. I can't believe this.
Look, the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster began in 2005 when Bobby Henderson, a recent physics graduate of Oregon State University, sent a letter to the Kansas Board of Education, which was debating the inclusion of intelligent design theories in high school classes on evolution. They got a page in Britannica and everything. Come on.
What? So this is legit.
This
They
is legit. Yeah. Come on, look. Here's the Pastafarian creation myth. Between drunken nights and clumsy afternoons, this flying spaghetti monster produced seas and land for a second time accidentally because he forgot that he created it the day before, along with heaven and a midget, which he named man.
Mm.
Come
I
on.
can't. This shit is sick.
Come on. And look, and then like I said, it's a paradotic new religious movement that promotes a lighthearted view of religion. It originated in opposition to the teaching of intelligent design in public schools in the United States. So basically, it was like a parody. It started out as like a joke, but people really went with it. They got like 60,000 members, and yeah, it started in 2005.
So people use this to exempt themselves from getting the shot. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah.
People who this is America use in religious legal status, marriage.
Yeah. Free
Oh my God.
speech.
I'm gonna look this up. I can't believe
Look
this.
at a flying spaghetti monster. They all over the world. They global with it. Don't you never eat spaghetti again because you're eating our Lord and Savior.
Oh my gosh.
Look, these motherfuckers are pushing it to the limit. In February 2013, a Pastafarian was denied the right to wear a spaghetti strainer on his head for his driver license photo by the New Jersey Motor Vehicle Commission. They stated that the pasta strainer was not on a list of approved religious headwear. See, and then this is why they started it, to push the religious thing, right? Like, how can you say that's not an approved religious headwear when this is part of our religion, right? In August 2013, Eddie Castillo got approval to wear a pasta strainer on his head in his driver license photo. He said, "You might think this is some sort of a gag or a prank by a college student, but thousands, including myself, see it as a political and religious milestone for all atheists everywhere."
Mm,
Yeah.
mm.
So the more you know.
I would have never known. Shay, would you ever believe this?
Yep, I believe it.
Eh?
Wow. I'm
So if
done.
these motherfuckers can start a flying spaghetti monster thing, I'm gonna start. What I say? Something about orange juice. I don't even remember, but it's my religion, and I'm standing on my square.
Mm.
Mm.
I'm done. I can't believe it. When you see this motherfucker hole in the damn spaghetti, I'm done. Look at this shit.
And you know what? I don't think YouTube's go mess with you for this picture because I think his dick's too little to register. I don't think that's even gonna pop up with the algorithm ain't gonna notice that's a penis. That look like a little knuckle. What's going on? Someone got a little finger down there.
Thick.
Oh, maybe it's a spaghetti noodle.
That's a spaghetti noodle. I can't believe
Yeah, I
it.
know. I can see.
Yep, it's a noodle. We're done.
Damn. To be
I
or
never-
not to be?
Yes.
That is the question.
I never
Mhm.
knew we had some spaghetti religion. I can't do this.
Come on.
It's something new every day. He just got me with the damn shot. Listen, people, no wonder the earth is fucking shaking. This shit is ridiculous.
You said, damn, they didn't even tell us about the 2-3 other earthquakes.
No, it didn't say nothing.
Oh,
They didn't say
yeah.
a word.
Yeah.
I would say everybody be safe. We got all kinds of weird shit going on. I would definitely say for Black mothers, y'all be mindful of them shots. You need to research it, and y'all all join the spaghetti religion because this shit is. I couldn't do it because I'm gonna eat me some spaghetti, so I would be definitely out of context. But
That's sacrilegious right there.
I'm
That's
going.
heresy.
I am going to
Off with your head.
have me some meatballs and spaghetti.
No, not the meatballs.
Meatballs.
Mm-mm.
So I don't know. Y'all got a lot to think about. I gotta show my son this shit.
He probably know about it.
He probably would be laughing because I ain't.
Hey, he's probably a member of the church. Hey, you about to tell him about it? He gonna say, "Mom, I have something to show you," and he gonna pull out a spaghetti strainer from his closet, put it on his head. Mom, I've been holding this secret for so long.
Y'all got this. Make good decisions on y'all babies. That's y'all children. I feel for y'all. And if y'all have to create your own religion, that's sad. The game is filthy. Do what you gotta do. But if you gotta worship the spaghetti god,
as long as my baby ain't gotta take no vaccines, I will get on my knees and pray to the meatballs. Okay.
So this don't make no sense.
This is what the world's come to.
This is sad. Everyone, have a good morning. Because it's 1:35 over here on the East Coast. I think it is
12:25 over here, midnight.
12:25. So we made it up to that point, and we're going to close out. Mike, you need to do something on because you don't need to mess with but you need to give out some information on how people.
Yeah, I need to make a couple of preparedness streams or whatever, even if they're not super
Make it
popular.
short.
I should do a couple good ones.
Yeah, so people can be aware of what to do in a natural disaster or a disaster period, because Black Americans need to get more on code with that. And definitely bring up this shot stuff, because they need to know about this, and they definitely can look over here because this shit, y'all with the shots.
Well, see, and it was so fucked up during the height of COVID. If you were a YouTuber and you were talking about the shots or anything related to COVID, your channel was demonetized. They would take you off YouTube. You'd get hit with community guidelines violations. Like they was really there was a whole fucking effort. That's why it was crazy when Elon Musk took over Twitter. Because when he took over Twitter, he exposed the fact that the government was in cahoots with Twitter, hiding all the vaccine research and deleting doctors' posts who were critical of vaccines. Like the social media companies were in on it with the vaccine manufacturers. That's why it was so big, Elon Musk purchasing Twitter or whatever. But yeah, during COVID, you could not talk about this shit if you were a YouTuber at all. You can even say C-19.
Yeah, remember they was
Motherfuckers was calling it the vid and making different names for it and shit, right?
yeah, we were calling it the pow pow, the we had all kinds of names. It was all kinds of crazy names. And that's why we say, I don't know, it was off the chain. What did they call it? They didn't say shot, they would say
The jab.
the jab. Yeah.
Yeah.
We
So,
would
so,
call
so so again, if you just peep game and say, okay, when you're restricting people's speech and demonizing people for speaking on a certain subject, there has to be something there. Same thing with the people who we call the small hats, because we can't even say their name on here because they got so much power, right? Same thing. Like if
Mhm.
it's such a taboo thing for us to just even think about this critically, oh, we should definitely be thinking about it critically then.
Mhm. I would say that would be the case.
Yeah. But I'm out of here. Shoot.
Yes.
You brought me back to my old streaming days. Shoot, I can talk about some random stuff for hours. Shoot. I didn't even realize we've been up here for 4 hours.
When we get on these spaces, and this is how we just be talking, and people will watch these streams later. So I hope we gave them good information. Put them records back up with those shots.
Oh yeah, I
I want
got you. I
people to
got you.
I want people to see that. Wait a minute.
Let me
Let me
go
come
back.
off.
Here it is.
I want people to wait a minute, let me take mine down. Please look at these and
Look at all these shots.
I want y'all to look at these if y'all have children, grandchildren. Y'all really need to research this. I didn't know this was going on. Really look into this. I think y'all as young parents need to really be more engaged on. You can't afford to for those who've already done it, I pray for you, but for those who have not or are considering having children, really research this and the laws and your rights in reference to this. I don't think y'all should take this lightly. This
I
is
would
not,
say at bare minimum, because people don't want to be labeled anti-vax and people
yeah, I don't
don't
want to
want
label it. I'm
DHS
not
in their
saying that.
affairs and
I'm
stuff.
not
So
saying that.
at bare minimum, I think everybody should look into doing a delayed vax schedule for their
Yeah,
child. At bare minimum, at least space this shit out. They don't got to have all these 7 shots by 6 months. They can space that shit out over a year or two. It
yeah.
it, it ain't that dangerous. Make sure your baby don't share no dirty needles or have no sex, and they won't get hepatitis B. They'll be okay.
And really research the side effects of this stuff. Look into it and see the long-term effects and the short-term. What should your baby be reacting to when they take these shots, and what are the long-term effects? And again, like Mike says, see if it's absolutely necessary and space this shit out. But I hope I'm just thinking, I know y'all, some people did do it, but goddamn, y'all gave y'all baby this within a year and a half. Lord have mercy. I can only
They
imagine
make
what
it seem like it's just the way it is. Like come on, you a new parent, you don't even know what it's like to have a baby. So most people just think that like the doctor and the medical staff is like God, basically. Whatever they say to do is what we gonna do. Nah, we was on the motherfuckers as the hospital hated us. We was on the nurses' asses. We was making sure they was treating our baby with care, everything. They do a whole bunch of fuck shit. Another thing that they do during birth a lot of times is they are tricking a lot of women into getting C-sections. A lot of women are getting C-sections these days because the hospital, when they get you to do a C-section, now it's a surgery, and they make thousands on that surgery versus how much they would make on a vaginal delivery. So even my son's mother fell victim to that. She was, giving birth normally or whatever, and they try to bring somebody to talk to her and say, okay, it's a few hours, so I think we should do a C-section. And then after the C-section, the doctor that came in
then was like, oh no, she didn't have to have a C-section after all. Like, so it's like, bro, like, why did you convince her to get cut open then? So, not only is it a vax thing, but they're really pushing C-sections on young
Right.
mothers because it's a surgery now, and they make more money doing it.
Are they also getting something else out quicker through the C-section versus
I don't know. In all my research, it just came down to the fact that they make so much more money on a C-section because, again, let's say hypothetically, and this is just an example, let's say they make $1,000 with vaginal delivery, but since C-section is a surgery, they make 30,000. Well, damn, it affects their bottom line, and they are motivated to make sure women are getting more C-sections than not. So, I mean,
okay.
it's really interesting when
Are
you
they
look
taking
into it.
something else out when you do the C-section? That's another question.
In actuality, I mean, there ain't really any reason a woman even gotta have a birth in a hospital other than fear. A woman is
Yeah, if
fearful,
she's
and it's her
pretty
first
healthy, she can
child,
have her home.
so she feels safe because the hospital is supposed to know what they're doing, right? But in actuality, there ain't nothing stopping from you from having a birth at home, whether water birth or otherwise. You can have a doulas and shit come to the home to deliver the baby. There
I
ain't
would
really
say
no reason to even involve the hospital in it like that.
be mindful that they don't accidentally tie your tubes up. Because when they
Oh,
open you up, that's how they can tie you up right. I don't know if it could be right after the baby's born or what. And how would you know?
yep. Yep.
I've never heard them enforcing that. But be careful. Look into these. Be mindful. Ain't no careful. Be mindful. This shit is
Mhm.
ridiculous. Because y'all
That's
need
part of the reason I ain't got more babies right now. My
to
son's mother got so traumatized having the spur of the moment that they called it an emergency C-section too. They hyped it up and made it seem like she was like her health was in jeopardy, and they said she had to do an emergency C-section. And then after the C-section, they were like, "Oh no, it wasn't an emergency after all." So it's like, bro, like they literally traumatized that woman because if you got a C-section and you want to have another kid, like all your kids have to be C-section now. So they're gonna cut you open again, and that's a whole ass
you can
process right
only
there.
have a certain amount of C-sections too, because if you're a woman who's prone to a lot of scar tissue, that's not a good thing. And you cannot have C-sections back to back to back. So as well as them making more money, they always make sure they try to kill multiple birds with one stone. I would look into that as women to see what else can they remove from you while you having these damn C-sections that they want. Think into home birth, look into being doulas. Definitely be looking into these shots because you have to live with the long term effects of how this does your children.
And like the Caprino said, informed consent involves research. Don't just sign your ex on the bottom line.
Yeah.
Them women don't know what informed consent means. Them women don't know nothing about no informed
Well, they
consent.
gotta know. They have to know. You cannot. No, this is not going to be. No, 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 no.
This is how they play. Hey, it's the same thing as the cop arresting you and acting like he's your friend and reading your Miranda rights real quick and saying, "Oh yeah, but don't worry about them rights. Talk to me. I'm your friend. What happened?" Like, no, the doctor jams you up real quick and has you sign the informed consent without even looking at it, and they just shuffle it in front of you and get your signature and move on. That they don't really make sure the women understand what informed consent is and make sure they do proper
Well,
research.
how
No.
about this? Y'all need to know what informed consent is. That's what DiCapriano said. You have to start this right here. This is crazy. I don't even know how to this. This is off the chain. And I feel like if you have already done this, no wonder kids ain't wrapped too tight or going through a lot of issues or are sick. You need to. I always looked into each what every side effect of shots do. You better be doing that, and you cannot just. I understand vaccines. I'm not saying we anti-vax. YouTube, but you cannot just do this willingly and just go out and just no, I understand people got to work and make a living, but you can't just as Black Americans just do this shit and don't have no questions. We're the main people they like to do some shitty stuff on. I hope that many people ain't. And when did they put this into effect? I've never even known no shit like this. It's still baffling me. Please, people, do your research. That's all I'm saying. Please,
A
normal do your
typical
research.
vaccine development timeline. A typical vaccine development timeline takes 5 to 10 years. How long
2000,
did they spend on COVID before they were pumping that in us?
that didn't even seem like 2 weeks. Oh no, because that shit came out.
Normally, it takes five to
And I
ten
would really
years.
look into that when it comes to new.
But they let them make that shit overnight, and then peep game. Congress passed a bill exempting the vaccine manufacturers and the medical industry from
Any responsibility.
any responsibility. When I heard that, I said, "Oh, y'all crazy, y'all crazy."
Yeah, I was out. I was out. So any side effects they are not liable for. That's what got me.
Come on.
Allegedly, they were exempt from any liability because it was an emergency crisis. That's
Yep,
what they.
exactly.
And there's going to be another one. But again, everyone get prepared for any type of
Look,
a
you're
zombie
snoring.
apocalypse. Worship your spaghetti god. I don't worship that, but if you have to
Uh,
get past this, do what you got to do. Y'all have to be real creative thinkers, and as parents, y'all have a whole nother safety mechanism that y'all have to push through to make sure y'all have healthy children and keep them safe. This I feel for y'all. I definitely will be praying for. I didn't know nothing like this was going on. Learning is fundamental. Some say my people perish for lack of knowledge. This shit right here is too much. Don't get swallowed up and chopped down like child. Yeah, this is a lot. We have to be more conscious of what's going on around us. Prepare for the zombie apocalypse. Again, that
facts.
will give you more coverage. Whatever you can do to prepare yourself in a disaster, if you can't prepare for the zombie apocalypse, do what you can do to safeguard yourself and your family. And Mike, what do you have to say? And then Shay, where you at, Shay?
Shay snoring.
She sleep. So what do you gotta say, Mike? 'Cause we about to close out.
Thank
But
you
yeah, I
for
would like.
allowing me to. Thank you for allowing me to be one of the girls for 4 hours. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
But yeah, y'all gotta stay
Guys are gonna be
prepared.
mad. They're gonna be like, "How did Mike get on?" Because he was Michelle. I'm gonna hear this. How did Mike get on? And I would like to give a shout out, even though you don't like my boy. I would like to give a shout out to BSIA. Make sure y'all subscribe to his channel. Mouthy Megan, because I know she's listening in the clouds. Make sure y'all like, share,
Mhm.
subscribe.
And actually, on the whole BSIA thing, it's not that I don't like him. It's just the only thing I've seen from him was just so crazy and outlandish that it just kind of turned me off to his content. I mean, I've never watched any of his streams or anything, but somebody sent one video of his talking about how
I was on the panel. Look
Black
at it.
Americans are elite Europeans or some shit, and that just lost me. I said, "Who is this crazy ass nigga?" I'm done.
He has his reasons for the way that he teaches, and it works. And when you look at it, it's like he has to say stuff to wow you. But that's not his first channel. He is one of many. We get on there and we do a lot of how you would say thought process, and pretty much like how
Hey,
you.
hey, to each their own. I know on the
Yes,
weekends I make some triggering thumbnails and titles to
yeah,
provoke discussions. So maybe he was doing the same thing. Who knows?
yeah.
But
And
yeah,
he
it's not that I
connects
don't
it.
like the brother. It's just that's the only content I saw, and that just seems so
Like,
outlandish
what
to me.
the
I was just
fuck?
like, what the fuck is going on? But a lot of people speak highly of him, apparently. I mean, a lot of you guys who join my panel and are intelligence folk also go over
Cause
there.
you
So
be
he
hitting it.
must
I'll be
be
like,
doing
Mike,
something
you
right.
learning as he go along. Go ahead, Mike. You a young buck. You the same age as my kids. So I'm like, I'm glad that a lot of y'all are talking about the reparations, the separation. Y'all put a new context on it because I'm older, and then we have some that are younger, and they basically get the. I think Black Americans are going through a transition, but I never realized when my son was telling me y'all have way more to deal with than my generation, which is X. I would have to say, you fucking right. I wouldn't want to deal with this shit. Now I see why my baby don't want no kids.
For
Not
real.
with
Hey,
me.
I feel like I'm 29 going on 49 with all the shit I
Yeah,
done lived through and been through
yeah.
already. Like
Your job as
9/11,
a parent
COVID.
is a lot. Yeah, your job as parents is way more than we could ever imagine. I think we can learn a lot from each other as we go through this journey as Black Americans. And it's a lot we have to learn, and a lot of lies and a lot of things being told. So when you're talking the way that you talk, you sound a lot like my son and his generation. And I think that is necessary because a lot of Generation X has been influenced by boomers that has how you say muddled our decision making when it comes to policies, laws, politics, and just our overall way of thinking. It can no longer just be 9 to 5. Y'all have a different root than us. And Generation Z is woo off the chain. But it's no longer going to be 9 to 5. We got to find other ways to survive. And this shit right here, we at war. We've been at war. This is sick. This is sick. But I will definitely subscribe to Mike TV. He's growing in content. Like, share, and subscribe. Make sure you keep on the up and up. Get information and everything. We need to learn facts. We can't just say stuff. You got to pull up the facts. Research. Black people have to start picking up books, and you have to start creating new ideas. But we need to start looking and learning. And getting more involved. This is going to be a rough journey. It's nothing going to come to us easy. It looks like we are in a true fight for our lives, and we're going to need everybody on point, as at least as many people on point as possible, because some Negroes just going to be sleeping. They don't give a fuck. They going to be high and sitting on the side like, fuck this shit. They done checked out a long time ago. But for those who did Chuck Wu return after cussing Mike out? I don't know. Did Chuck Wu return?
He popped up yesterday, and I cussed his ass out and banned him. I said, Chuck Wu, why are you calling in? Why are you here right now? And as soon as he was about to start talking, I said, fuck you, nigga. We don't care. Get the fuck out of here. And everybody was laughing. I roasted the shit out of him.
A new identity every time he comes. He comes on BSIA with that. He comes on every way. He's on Cairo. I think he is for. I don't know what Chuck Wu is.
Oh, so he does that everywhere.
He goes everywhere. Chuck goes everywhere.
Yeah,
he's always
a Nigerian boy. He's a Nigerian boy who just got an identity crisis. That's all. Born and raised in Nigeria since 5 years old. His Nigerian daddy got a scholarship to a black HBCU. His family moves to America once he turns 5.
He has another story for another panel. Before, his mom was full Bohemian. Now she's half Bohemian, half Black American.
Now she's half. Yeah.
He's gonna change his story every 5 minutes. But we need more Black American women to come to this channel. Whatever age group.
Well, you know what? At the start of this broadcast, I shouted you and Mouthy Megan out, and I think I actually shared the link, not the link, but the link to this broadcast or whatever on my community wall. But also, if you don't mind, I'd like to drive some traffic towards you by maybe running this stream as one of my replays someday during the week, and having your channel pinned to the chat or something, so folks know, especially Black women, can know where other Black women content creators are.
And let me know what they want to talk about, because I'm eager to talk to more Black women about our issues.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm fine with that. And they have to be Black American descendants of the United States chattel slavery. No other women. No effort. I mean, we ain't doing no.
Wait, also, I'll put my email in the chat, and what I'll do is whatever day that I'm gonna restream this stream over on my channel, I'll let you know when I do it, so that you can actually see the people in the live chat and how they're reacting to your content and whatnot. So yeah, I'll definitely keep you in the loop.
Do you hear?
I hear old girl up here snoring. I told you she was snoring. Matter of fact, one day she fell asleep on my panel, and there was 10 people, so I didn't know who it was, but somebody was snoring. It was her now. I know it was her.
Shay always be doing that shit. Oh my God. She will fall asleep in a minute. We're pretty laid back, but like, share, and subscribe to Mouthy Megan. If you ever heard of Ty Direct, Hudson Glenn on Twitter, Take Back Black. We have a lot of work to do. And we have a lot of connections to make. Make sure everybody stays safe. Keep your head on the swivel.
And sweet dreams to Shay. I hope I sleep as good as you tonight, darling.
Always, because she'll pass right out. Kay probably went out and went to pray for Ramadan.
Damn. All right, well, I'm out of here. Thanks for having me.
Yes. Thanks, Mike. Have a good one, everybody. Till next time. Shay is out. Shay. She's gone. She's gone. Everyone have a good night. Thanks for coming. See you on the next one. I will try to be more consistent. Again, Ty needs a YouTube channel. Ty is actually on Twitter, so look on Hudson Glenn. So make sure you go to Hudson Glenn, because Ty is doing a lot of work when it comes to Take Back Black, and we know what's going on with that, DiCapriano. Also, again, subscribe to Mouthy Megan. She'll be coming up with her chat, her new stream soon, hopefully when she went to Zurich or Switzerland. So we need to be looking up for that. Everyone knows Mike Station. So like, share, and subscribe to Mike TV. Make sure y'all also donate to each one of these channels, because when they do their Cash App, hit the Cash App, like, share, subscribe, and comment. Make sure you do it on BSIA's channel, my channel, and definitely Mouthy Megan's channel. I will try to be more consistent with doing this. This is a lot of hard work. These young people put in a lot of work. So I'm learning a lot as I go along. But please do what you have to do to maintain yourself and protect yourself in your day-to-day life. Life in America has certainly changed, not for the better, but for the worse. And we can no longer just sit around and act like everything is nonchalant. Please don't take life for granted. Do the best that you can do to survive every day. Keep you and your family safe. And as always, keep your head on the swivel. And I'll see you in the next one. Peace out. Bye.